Okay.
or Sugo the White Socket.
Oh, what? Well, how do we open with that?
Why is that? Ew.
Why is that what we open with?
Oh. God damn it, Neil.
It just raises questions. No one knows. You think chat can work this out? Look at them. Look at them down there. There.
I'm sorry. Who serves? Who is royalty? That they
Hey,
have
chat,
to that they have to bend a knee to? Who is a divinely chosen family line that they bend a knee to? Sorry?
Only the king is actually got the divine right to rule.
Oh, okay. So the queen is still not worthy of Jesus. Is that what you're saying?
She's just it's nothing to do with Jesus. She's just keeping the seat warm.
Oh,
The king's like equal /
placeholder.
above Jesus. You see,
okay. That sounds.
because Jesus had the divine right to be nailed to a cross. The king has the divine right to rule. Did you see the wince on Scott's face?
Trigger warning! Trigger warning! Should have put that up. Every
If
time Neil
anyone
speaks,
is actually legitimately Christian, I apologize if I offended you.
or legitimately bends knee to a king or queen, I suppose there for that one too.
You know who I do bend the knee to? People of color who've been suppressed.
I mean, at the beginning of a football game, absolutely. The fact that
In
those
appropriate
people were,
situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't just like randomly kneel down. I'm just walking along.
Like,
I think about it and I just like
at the
kneel
grocery
down.
store,
God.
like, I'm just getting some ramen. Like, that'd be a little weird, Neil. That'd be a little weird. Be a fun TikTok though. Like, is this the appropriate time or place? Is this?
Arguably everywhere is the appropriate time and place.
That is actually, in my opinion, a legitimate argument. Even at the beginning of football games.
Especially at the beginning of football games.
Yeah,
Even though you don't use your feet on the balls, so like
absolutely you do. It's called kickoff.
yeah, and then that's it.
No,
And
then
then
there's a
hold.
punt, and there's a punt kick as well.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah, no, but then there's also a field goal which you have to kick into.
Yeah, but what do you do in between all of those times? What appendage do you hold the ball with?
You get CTE from a serious number of concussions, and break your spine and your leg, and be a man. Ugh.
What's CTE?
It's more or less brain trauma over the course of many small injuries.
Cerebral.
I don't remember.
What is it?
I don't remember. It's like more or less how like
I want to know, Scott. Roll an intelligence.
Google it.
Recall it.
Another time.
Google it. Google it. It's one of those things that that they can only really start diagnosing after you die, and they can open up your brain and really look at the amount of damage that's been done over the course of many years. So, but it happens from all like the smashes that you get. Literally every time you get tackled, you're building it up. That's why you have lots of football players at the end of their career have a hard time talking and stuff like that. And you'll see it inside boxing as well. And it does happen with soccer too, because Neil, I'm sure you've read about this, or football. I'm sure you've read about this. But like when you do those like head bops with the soccer ball, like that is not good for your brain. That's like some serious trauma for your poor brain. That thing's coming at you, and when it hits their heads, if you ever see that in a slow-mo cam, that ball goes like, and then boing, like it's a lot. Oh,
You ever seen like slow-mo impacts? Like, it's incredible how much even something that you're like, this thing is solid, it will not give, and like you watch it on super slow-mo and it like goes.
yeah,
I love
super
that
cool.
shit.
There's a wicked cool video on Veritasium where they do something with a different YouTube channel that I don't know, and they actually take a watermelon and they drop it off a ranger tower in Australia, and then they take a watermelon sprayed with a specific like poly, and they drop it off of a ranger tower, and it doesn't break because it's a more or less indestructible plastic, like spray on plastic, and so
wow.
it drops the thing and it just bounces like it's like, and then they take like axes to it and chainsaws to it and stuff like that, and
watching
eventually
bone
cut it
slice.
open. Like watching,
Like Viking just said in chat, like on slow-mos you can see like people's bones and stuff flex in ways that you're like, that's a bro, and like you see like their arm will go woo, and you're like, oh.
Yep.
You're like, I thought that's just a thing that animators did in games.
No, there was that basketball incident in, I want to say it was like 3 years ago, where the basketball players, like, what happened with their leg because they landed a jump the wrong way, and it was one of those things where like universe, everybody in the room's just like, I'm so glad that we spent that last hour podcast hour. That was the best podcast hour ever. I hope everybody was equally entertained for the last 61 minutes. But we should probably really knuckle down and play the game at this point.
We've not been podcasting for even 10 minutes now. What's going on?
No, it's been an hour and 1 minute. It's already 8:01, Neil.
But we started late because you couldn't get out of bed on time because you went to bed at 6 a.m. my time yesterday.
That's a lie. I was here.
You went gone 6 a.m.
podcasting.
Wait, so you podcasted last night, your morning, and ate into my podcasting time now.
What?
You think that's fair? I've seen what you do in all those other shows. They're just podcasts. I got limited podcasting time, all right?
Can we play the game now? Can
We're
somebody?
gonna have to have words after this session.
Can somebody trump card Neil's character just so we can play the game? I'm just kidding. Please don't. We have some stuff we want to get done today. The good news is, for as late as is comfortable for everybody else, I don't actually have to go to work right after this. So, though I do have many other things that you have to do. So we can always run over a little bit if need be to finish up. So,
quick question. In addition to what I asked before, is using it an action, or is it like, because I used it during RP, so there wasn't really like an action economy.
like a one round. You can almost imagine like you press click and there's like you feel
okay, that makes
like
sense.
a transition.
Cool.
Yeah, just like the summoning spell.
That's his name, Otsuko Whitehole. Thank you, Viking.
Jesus.
That is canon.
Again, we should have it rigged up so that you know how like there's those things where as you speak, the animation on like for those
Like what Shinny does.
Yeah, like what Shinny does, like moves.
Twitch.tv/The Game Mummy.
Yes, correct. Is it the game? Yeah, it is a Game Mummy. Yep. But when Neil speaks, it triggers trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Just like flashes on the screen. Trigger warning.
Well, I'm
warning.
usually fine.
Yeah, sure. But on the flip side, the only reason why, if I could do it, I wouldn't do it because if Neil knew that was there, he would just let so much more vomit. He'd be like, "Well, if the trigger warning's there, I could get away with so much more." You know, it's chicken hen situation. All right,
Chicken hen. Like what came first,
chicken
the chicken
egg.
or the hen?
Chat is being very quiet because they're waiting pensively for us to start. Like, we're not going to feed into this.
Chad, if you want us to start, you're going to have to let us know. It's just Viking here, just being true blue. And I respect that, but hey, look, there we go. See, look. We're literally just speaking about this devil. Tiefling. Tiefling.
Succubus.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Neil's face change was fucking hilarious. That caught him off guard.
Yeah, I literally just plugged you, Shinny.
Whoa! Does her husband know? Or boyfriend, whatever. SO.
I believe the appropriate term is man.
Whatever. I don't know. Is your girlfriend gonna murder me now? Have you seen her? She couldn't murder a fly.
That's why I'm still alive.
Yeah, exactly. She's like,
okay.
Right, I see more people. That's enough. I mean, they totally ignored me, but that's enough.
All right.
Only breaks legs.
There might be a reference there that I don't know.
You've got really short legs.
I don't have to worry about that then.
Exactly.
I'm taller than you, Neil. The tallest person on this stream.
You notice how right.
My mommy tells me.
We all know that Josh is really short, right?
Yes.
Josh and Scott meet reasonably regularly. You know, they live quite close together.
Unfortunately,
but we've never
not
seen a
often.
picture of them next to each other. I wonder why, Scott.
Because there's never anybody else here. I'd have to ask Rory to take the picture, which she would totally do.
That would be appropriate. You know, it'd give us like a sense of scale.
That, and you know, it is COVID time. Are we supposed to like make out? I do, Josh.
That's lost me there.
Just saying,
I don't get it. I don't get it.
We don't get super close. We sit like opposite one another, as you should.
You telling me that you're that short that you can't get you both in a shot 2 meters apart? Do you use meters over there?
No,
I don't think we have time for this.
we don't.
I think
But-
we need
but Neil needs to
Green
feel important for a minute.
help us motivate you to move forward.
What's Green
Messy.
gonna do?
Fine.
He's
we
the
can
resident
start.
paladin.
Anyway,
I don't want him to smite me.
We have something important we want to talk about after the session. But
Do we?
can't talk.
Maybe we do.
Yeah,
let's
we do.
just go.
So let's get started. Everybody's annoyed with Neil.
No one's annoyed with me.
All right.
Anyway,
Let's see. Can I have Chloe's number? I need to text her.
I mean, I can't. It probably cost you like a significant amount of money, international tax, right?
No, not at all.
I give up.
I only pay for data. Everything else is unlimited. Everything else
Even
is unlimited.
international.
Depends
Jake
on the country.
actually
but
gives
yeah.
up.
The only person I know that deals with people internationally that has to pay for it is my friend that came from Palestine. She has to pay for her Palestinian messages. She pays a separate fee for that. But no, not for England.
It's interesting.
So we just have a like lumped in international stuff on our. Like we have, I have
To be honest,
$1,000 international text and calls. So
to be honest, I've not been abroad in so long. It's not mattered.
Oh, fair enough.
I
I mean,
just,
honestly, I thought you were abroad this whole time. My apologies for assuming otherwise. Anyways, let's actually get started.
can't start without Jake.
Yes, we can. We just did. No, Vance, wrong one. Vance, wrong one. Vance, I need you to correct that, please. We do not reward bad behavior, Vance. Correct that, please.
No, let's
you can just
not,
message
let's
in
not.
chat
Don't
the
go,
correction.
Don't go after Vance.
Message in chat the correction.
He's a good lad.
anyway,
He likes hanging out with us because he's part of the crew.
Vance,
You're all part of
Vance,
the crew. That's
you
the
know what
thing.
happened last Friday. Don't make me do it again.
oh,
Correct that. All right. So
Right,
anyways,
Shinny gets it.
so to start off this immediately,
Shitty, you reward my bad behavior with spankings, and I appreciate it. So anyways,
So I really want someone to go through like the first like hour now of this session that it's been live, but only like half an hour that it's been live, and just count how many times Tesh has gone. So anyway,
yeah, I'm just worried we're not going to get enough time.
of course we're gonna get enough time.
all right. Let's.
It's like that show you were talking about. If we struggle, we'll just crap it up, just bundle it in, you know. There we go. Yeet.
Are you talking about Firefly?
Yeah.
Just watch the damn show.
No, it's too old.
Ugh.
You know what I will watch though? Babylon 5. If it wasn't
No,
all
that is
country
trash.
laws.
It's so bad. It's so bad. I've tried to watch that show
I
like 8
disagree.
times. It's so bad. Oh God. From what I understand, it gets good as it goes, but it's like Next Generation. You have to suffer to enjoy it.
Of course.
It's one of those shows that was planned the entire story of the 5 seasons from the start, and it shows towards
Yeah,
the
well,
end.
no, they cut it. They cut it though at a certain point, and then they came back for another season where they were like, "We don't know what to do." Hey, Lamau,
Anyways, let's actually do this. Let's go.
we're doing this
We're doing this.
right now.
It last left off with Alorel and the the Gith jumping across the gap and then placing a hand on you. Instinctively, you had to make that will save to try to resist what it was that they were doing. You eventually and let them do it, and that's hence the will save, and the lower DC or whatever it was, and they actually took your power and sent it across the way. The two of you were able to understand gravity, three-dimensional space, and so on and so forth, so much greater than you ever were before. You are three-dimensional creatures that live in a three-dimensional world. That has always been true. But despite being three-dimensional creatures, humans have this problem with, even though we're three-dimensional, we barely scratch. We're at like 2.2D. And the way that we think about things. Yeah, we look down, we look up and stuff like that. But like, because we're apex predators, we don't ever like look up when it comes to things like dangers. We only look up when it comes to things like wonderment or being hungry. So can I shoot something down? We don't actually live in real-time 3D space on a major scale, only within, say, arm's reach or just beyond that, right? This opens your minds up to the understanding of 3D space, but in a very strange way. It's specifically for the astral plane, where in the astral plane, it's actually non-dimensional non-space, right? So your mind opens up to perceive things so much differently, to like always take in all around you, but there really is no space around you. Your mind has the ability to perceive that things that are that far away are actually not that far away. And so you project yourself almost by folding the space between you and there to get there, because there is no space between you and there. It's your brain's old perceptions, your instinctive, evolved from ape perspective that leads you to believe that there is a gap of space between here and there. But the smarter you are, the more you can fold that space to travel from here to there quicker, which is why we mentioned that Ilen, being the smartest amongst you, is actually able to travel much more rapidly than others. He's able to tell his mind, "You are dumb and wrong," way more efficiently, to kind of like fold that area. And more importantly, because gravity doesn't actually exist, it's not actually pulling you any one direction. If you want to like travel through a tunnel and easily whip through that tunnel, and this is where the acrobatics comes into play. The way Alorel kind of like flips through that area, Alorel is able to do so with nimbleness and kind of like jumping to the side and whatnot from that training of being a ninja, right? Or whatever he is, pirate, whatever. Somebody like Ilen, who has almost no dexterity score, could actually replace the dexterity in acrobatics with an intelligence score in acrobatics, to try to be able to once again wisdom and acrobatics to kind of somewhat nimbly get through that area. To you could go with dexterity to kind of like go through those areas much more rapidly, as again those quick corrections and da 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 da. Anyways, that's kind of like how it happens, and you guys have this understanding come to you almost instantly, and you can imagine almost like a moment where as you like have this understanding, Grishka and Ilen kind of give each other like a funny little look, as like you feel that? Like, yeah, I do. And then they just kind of like, and just close that gap easily. So easily, no longer are you like concentrating, poop face, as you're trying to go across that area. You can actually mindlessly free float across from the one gap to the other, and look up and take in the surroundings around you. As I said beforehand, you effectively can't see us ever when you're perfectly in the middle of where these two things is all like the extra floaty parts. You effectively can't see the gap all around until you get in between where the floaty parts are just barely starting to touch one another, to be like, oh shit, we're almost out of time. And that's it for the show today, everybody. Bye. Just kidding. So be able to see that, and then you're like, let's go. And so as soon as you land on the other side, everybody kind of like lands there. They're going to be able to take the power back from you, but do they take the power back from you? This is an Alorel question. Do you have them take the power back from them immediately to give to you, or no? Let's go.
No, let's go.
Cool. So you have
It's far better if they don't know what gravity is when a giant collision happens.
Alorel, Grishka, and the Gith start running along the chambers and moving however along the chambers to get as far into it as possible. Again, larger area to better disperse the kinetic energy of the two sides colliding and being away from the immediate area of impact. That way, much more dispersal has happened before it actually has hit you, which is, again, all good news. That was the idea of the gift because it's run by the smartest person here.
You got nail varnish on, Scott? You got nail varnish on?
No.
They
No,
look lovely and glossy.
Oh, why thank you. I take
I was
vitamins.
like,
It's
they
shiny
are
nails.
healthy looking nails.
I take vitamins. You call it nail varnish as opposed to nail polish?
I suppose you can call it both things, but if it's not colored, I would call it varnish.
Oh, we just say clear.
But
but
I guess I would
I
just
don't
call
wear
it
it,
varnish.
so I could be mistaken. Ladies might
I have worn it.
call it otherwise. Oh, as have I.
All of you.
As we know, I've dressed up many times.
Oh man, like that image just like wham into the screen is. I love the dog in the background. He looks so confused.
Oh, poor Hades. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
I just love I assume that squirrels is because of how easily we're distracted.
Yes.
Just
Oh, yeah,
squirrels. All of you.
Can? I can.
Anyway, as we're
shit, spilling coffee on my
getting
leg.
crushed by a god.
Joe, you made me get coffee thighs. Okay, let me wipe the bottom of my cup up on my leg.
Them legs. It's true. Scott's got nice legs in there.
Let's
You can
get
tell
to
how
the
short he
rolling,
is. There.
shall we? Before it's actually been an hour before we do anything.
Viking, it's on the desk. I wouldn't want it to get dusty. It's in a drawer in the desk. It sits in the drawer. With this too.
Oh,
What is that?
that's cool.
This shit right here, this is Cross's weapon. It is Cross's weapon from the Lost Initiative show. And I forgot that I had peanut brittle in there. Oh, so cool. All right, continuing.
What checks do we need to make to not get crushed as the things collide?
Oh, yeah. Before you make that check, though, Tesh, I said the three of them were running along. They were making their way down Vane.
You did.
What were you doing?
So, given that it's now a running thing, maybe I'll do it after we stop running, because it looks like we don't have time to stop.
So you wanna now that you have like this understanding, you wanna
Yeah,
hold
so
off.
Let's wait until after the collision in case I need to heal some bitches.
There are some bitches here. Speaking of, Grishka, if you want to make that first check for me, that would be wonderful. Good news
What check you
is,
talking about?
good news is, because you have control of your gravity, you can be physically removed from the area. You can literally do one of those like 0G free falls, like kind of like stay abstained in the stuck in the middle of the area. As soon as the rumbling starts to come down the tunnelway, you don't even have to make a perception check that it's coming because your skill is so high. You hear the like you hear the sound coming as the vibrations start coming, and you can literally do like almost like you're inside one of those wind tunnels, just like squirrel suit in the middle of it. So go ahead, and the first thing you're going to do to squirrel suit for me is you're going to go ahead and make an acrobatics check. You can replace dexterity with wisdom. So for that, just tell us what the difference is. Click the button and we'll do the math.
Okay.
You didn't tell us what the difference is.
The difference is 2.
Okay. So 12. Are you happy with your 12?
I have luck. Oh, we do.
Ooh, nice.
All right. So that kaboom happens, and there's a bunch of vibrations. You make a 16. I'm not going to tell you what happens with the 16 before I make the others roll. That'd be cheating. Neil, I'll have you go in a minute. Tesh, same idea. You see Grishka. Grishka, what do you actually say when you hear it coming?
Um.
Oh God. He's thinking of Morsugo. He's thinking of Morsugo.
He doesn't say anything.
Oh dear. Okay.
You just
So-
see him react.
He just grunts.
I thought I could avoid it by not saying anything, but yeah.
Well, he's gone. Okay. Is he
Oh,
on the
man.
floor? Oh, okay,
Yeah, I
there
think
he
so.
is. I look away for a second, look back, and he's just gone.
Sorry. I did get a good whiff though. I want to clean the carpet.
Oh my god.
Oh,
We are squirrels.
I have ADHD. What's your problem?
you.
I'm starting a diagnosis for ADHD, sir.
They started giving me drugs when I was like 7. Works out great. Nothing like speed for a 7-year-old. Jake, do you give any form of warning?
Oh, I don't.
No,
I
he
just
just
react.
he just surprised them. Okay.
I react.
That's
Okay.
bad manners, dude.
Oh my god. We really need to focus. We really need to bring it in. Somebody help us. We
This
should.
is on you.
I'm trying.
Between you and me.
You know, I accept this. I'm sorry.
We gotta put shitty on the call, and every time we get off track, it's like, "What are you doing?" Like, 9. Like, Scott, Serbian, not Russian. What the hell's the matter with you?
That was German. Not
Oh,
Russian.
oh well. Then we'll get Arno here.
Oh.
All right. So, anyways, you just immediately react. In that case, Tesh, perception check. So you can notice it transpiring.
Okay, that's not the worst.
Yet.
Does
That's
he,
the word I
does he
wanted.
move,
Niet,
does he move
niet.
out of the way in time?
So anyways, you hear the rumbling coming, but not before it immediately starts happening. So the DC for you is going to be a little bit higher. You can blame Grishka for that one. So same as him, you can kind of, do like a free float reaction, so you don't have to be actually connected to everything. Go ahead and roll me the acrobatics check.
Oh,
Beautiful. Are you satisfied with your 24?
yeah, I am.
Cool. Awesome. And then Alorel, same idea for you. You're going to have to make a reaction. Unfortunately, roll your perception check, even though I don't know how much it's going to help you. You can't do the elevator jump thing. It doesn't work.
I need to roll a perception check.
Nobody warned you.
Yeah. Oh, you're fine.
You notice it coming. You're aware.
Everyone just forgot to tell Ilen.
Of course I do. I'm a kitsune.
Fucking Ilen's just like, huh? What? Oh shit!
So, for you, unfortunately, there is no acrobatics that's going to save you here. You're just going to go immediately to the next round of this, which is,
What do you mean there's no acrobatics?
what are you going to do? As two things collide, there's nothing you can do. You can't remove your gravity from you can't unpin yourself from the ground. You're
No, but I
connected
can
to it.
jump at the right point.
Like I said, the elevator trick doesn't work.
Why not?
You can Google that. Not, probably no break. You can Google that after the stream. Why don't you go ahead, everybody, and make me a fortitude save? Oh, Neil.
Fortitude?
Neil. Vinsexel, unfortunately, gave you a Winifred's wisdom. I tried to yell at him for it, but he's a bad boy.
Yeah, he's a tough lad. Can I not use a reflex save for the this giant collision that's happening that I need to reflexively react to?
Explain how a reflex save is going to stop you when you smash into a wall.
Isn't the idea with the elevator?
Two
lie
people can hit something with the exact same force, and they will have different injuries depending on how they react. Right? That's why drunk people don't break stuff so much, because they just go limp. That's why, you know how people can survive falls from planes if their parachutes don't open. It's possible.
Sure, but allowing your body to go limp during an extreme scenario where instinct would take over is more of a will save, I would say, than it is a reflex save.
I mean, that's an argument that you could make, but I could argue that it's a trained reflexive response as a ninja. We call it the jelly technique.
The jelly technique. Is that actually a?
No.
I was like, I've never heard that before. So I was like, I've never heard that.
Can I get a +5 to bluff, please?
No, I had to ask because I didn't just take it at face value. I was like, doesn't.
But fine, I'm holding things up. I will a fortitude save. There we go.
And the other two as well. Oh, you didn't use your Winifred's. Okay.
She says there's some martial arts based on going there.
It's actually true, but it's only for doing Russian buoy. It's only for a Russian buoy.
Oh man.
Well,
I guess technically this is falling damage, so at least like you're consistent between that.
I mean,
and Ilen.
to be fair, I got the most. I got the most acrobatics, so hopefully that's a little less terrible.
Best way to reduce damage is to run away. Fun fact, Green, I actually tried that once. I got jumped by 3 people, and I used the runaway technique to try to reduce damage. At one point in time, I had to hop a fence. I landed that hop poorly, broke my toe, and well, I never saw a doctor afterwards because who goes to doctors? And yeah.
America.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was mostly that I just didn't want to tell my parents that I got jumped by 3 people and had to jump a fence. So I just they're like, "Why are you walking funny?" And I was like, "I hurt my foot. I'm just being dumb," and I'm dumb often enough that they just believe me. So
I believe that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So anyways, obviously my parents would have brought me to the hospital. Just like when I smash up my hip, and to this day I can make my hip click on command. I hurt myself at school because we had to play basketball. I hate basketball at gym, and I fell directly on my hip, and it never healed properly. And I used to walk to and from school. I just walked it off. It eventually stopped hurting after like 3 months or so. So my parents were like, "You okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, it just hurt my hip." Good. So, you know.
Cool story, bro.
Thanks.
How much damage do I take?
Oh, this is gonna be fun. So, I was figuring what might be a good one as a D100, but then I realized that would probably just kill everybody. So instead,
let's do it.
We're instead gonna do.
No.
We're instead gonna do this. Grishka, you get to take half of what this is.
I actually think maybe I'd just like the D100. Or if it's a 1, can you imagine how cut Scott would be? See, he's done 10d6. That's way worse.
Oh. Okay.
That's an awful lot of 6s.
Ilen, you don't get that.
So
Oh, sorry.
do you say I take half
wait,
of that?
wait. Ilen, you take half of that as well.
Hey.
Grishka, where is your fortitude? Is there, and what was your acrobatics, Grishka?
16.
Oh, Grishka, you take a quarter of that.
Okay.
Alorel gives people his powers; he gets punished for it.
It's okay.
See, this is the problem with Americans. You try to do a little bit of socialism and they're like, communism!
Wait, what?
Okay. Tell me when I can act after the boomy boom of damage.
So you can imagine the huge shockwave and everything that happens there. 2 things happen. One, just the sheer amount of vibrations getting jostled about, smashing into the walls, etc., legitimately is painful. Also, the collision is so frigging loud that Grishka, you actually had the foresight to cover your ears right as it happened, and so you're fine. There's a slight ringing. Alorel and Ilen, the ringing is so loud. It's like a shock bomb. What are those things called? Flashbang going off, where everything is ringing, and even your eyes, because it's ringing so loud in your ears that sudden impact was so much. Even your eyes have tunnel vision and stuff happening. You kind of blinking through teary eyes, and you have this That's funny because actually legit ringing in the music right now. It's like ringing that's happening. I manifested it with my mind. Ringing that's happening. So your characters are actually like kind of like pained and barely holding it together. It's so disoriented that like moments are gonna pass that you're realizing like, how much time is passing. Everything seems to like moving in slow motion for you, for it. Jake, you could of course, as this thing happens and you kind of like smash into the ground or whatever, you can one hand push up, kind of get yourself back up onto your feet, and be fine again. As the Gith also smashed and was not uninjured. You know what I mean? But definitely was more along the lines of where you were, taking not too terribly much damage, to the point where it just suffers through the damage and doesn't seem to mind it very much. You guys are kind of like seeing your other two friends injured. Well, not its friend. I don't know if you go over and try to like assist either one of them, Grishka.
Yeah, I'd probably. Who got hurt worse? Who looks the worst for wear?
Alderel definitely got injured worse in this incident. I don't know what Ilen looked like from prior.
What form is Alderel in?
Alderel was in the regular human form.
Okay.
Sorry, you asked that. I just had the image of this little fox just going.
Yep, exactly. I thought that too. Like putting putting a mouse in like a tube and shaking it.
They should have done that actually. Like the terminal velocity would have been fine.
I don't condone that, by the way. Don't actually do that to a poor mouse.
Don't do that to anything.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, unless it's Neil. Big two.
Unless you've got some boiled eggs, then you get the boiled eggs and you put them in the jar with a little bit of water, and then you go. Then it lets you peel them easier.
I just crack it on the counter, run out a smidge of cold water, and then peel it off. I just had two boiled eggs already.
You do things really weird though. We've been over this, Scott.
Fair enough.
The foxtail meat, yeah. Nice.
Melv's Minute Meteor was my favorite second level spell.
Scott,
now I'm imagining that spell
Scott,
with tails on
you
it.
Focus in.
I'm focused.
Okay.
Little tails
Sure.
on it. Instead of having like it's like a yip, 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 yip kind of noise. So, Ilen, I imagine you don't immediately do this. I imagine you react like to the fact that you just got smashed all over the place. And you're feeling like shit.
Wound knocked out of him.
Oh wait, I made a mistake. No.
Chat, prepare for no backsies.
What? What is he?
Yeah, you've already gone too far. Let's keep it
What's he
going.
about to do?
I've gone too far. Keep it going. Okay, you know what? Don't worry about it.
No, wait, what?
No.
No, don't let him
it's
bait
fine.
you. Don't
It's
let him
fine.
bait you. We've
fine.
taken this damage. Now it's his problem when he has to work out what to do after destroying us with that damage.
So do I correct or do I not correct?
I vote no.
Not correct.
I don't fear death.
Tesh and Jake, correct or not correct?
You know what? I can deal with how things are.
Don't correct. Jake, correct.
There you go.
Don't correct.
I abstain.
Okay. Well, then it's 2-0. We will say we are not going to correct it. I said the Gith only took a little bit of damage the way that Grishka did, but I actually removed its power, so it would have taken more. Never mind. So
That's fine.
let's keep going.
Yeah, that's still fine.
So you guys get smashed around and whatnot going there, and apparently the intellect devourer was able to hold on to a little bit of its latent ability to be able to kind of like absorb much of that. And so you guys are perfectly like Grishka, I imagine you go over and you help up Ilen.
Alderel first because he's more injured.
Oh, okay, so you go over and help up Alderel. My apologies, you had just said that. So you go over and you help up Alderel. Alderel, I mean, I imagine you are not feeling the best at the moment, considering all that just transpired. I imagine you're like, ow.
Alorel is on his hands and knees with one of his hands clutching at his ribs. You get the impression that there may have been some breakage from the fact that he is not moving and breathing shallowly.
I'm gonna hit myself.
If that's the case, I won't pull him to his feet or anything. I'll just yell out to Ilen.
Ilen,
Yeah.
so Grishka comes over as you're kind of like,
I'm
trying to
gonna hit
recover from
myself
that.
with one of these.
So as he comes over and grabs your hands to help you up, you just kind of like hold up a finger. You lay your hand on your own chest, and then
exactly.
and then you'll take his hand and he'll kind of
second.
pull you back up. Cool.
And you know what? I'm actually going to use him grabbing my hand as an opportunity to knock out one of these as well on him.
Nice.
And I'll walk over to Alorel.
Was that for
Okay.
me, was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn. I only took 10 hit point damage, but I'll take the 27.
And then this
Holy
is on
shit.
Alorel.
Oh, Jake, did you actually take 10? You actually took 8 hit point damage because you remember you have DR2 magic.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, this is magic damage?
No,
oh,
it's
it's
not.
penetrated by magic.
Yeah.
And then if he doesn't look full, I'm going to hit him with another one of these.
Yeah, Alorel is still hungry. So you healed Alorel for 48 damage. Yeah, he's almost full.
He like does the thing where
He has no visible
where
injuries.
they eat a sensu bean.
Yeah.
And he like gets up and he like powers up.
If he's, I technically would still have the. Wait, do we move more than 120 feet from each other?
Oh, you mean from the smashing?
No, from the jump. Yeah,
from the
probably.
jump.
What do you mean?
When we jump from side to side.
Oh,
life
yeah,
linked
yes,
before.
you absolutely
So-
did. You
Okay,
absolutely did,
snap.
yeah. But
I would have to then reapply
But again,
lifelink.
Tesh, because of your ability to kind of like fold space, had you concentrated on them, I'll actually allow you to make a concentration check. We could say that that's lifelink was still applied. Unless it doesn't
I can
matter.
just reapply it now.
Okay, reapply
so,
that.
it doesn't. It's no that I don't have a number of uses per day. I have a number of targets. So, I can just reapply it now. And if you're more than 5 health damage, it auto heals you, and I take 5 damage.
Okay.
How much are you more than 5 damage down?
He has 2 off, so he's good now.
Oh no, then yeah. So that's just ready for next time then.
Yep.
What about you?
He's 100%.
Grishka? Perfect.
Okay.
Good to go.
So then
And with
the
I
Gith
pull
the
out-
Gith actually says, "We've wasted time. Let's go. We'll be detected
Well,
soon."
I was going to say the last thing I want to do is pull out the time turner.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not the time turner. The borrowed time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to click it.
Okay, so what you guys see as he clicks it, this borrowed time bit, you can actually see this weird thing happen over the course of 6 seconds or so, where Ilen actually almost has like like those lines, like a distortion in air and time or whatever around him as like lines are going by. Where there's a bunch of lines happening around Ilen. As you can see, Ilen is kind of like going through like a whole bunch of different phases. Like he's kind of like jump cutting all over the place in many different, like several different frames per second as he's like jump cutting through a whole bunch of stuff. And he just kind of like blinks and he feels completely refreshed, as though he spent an entire 8 hours of resting. Mind you, he still has to spend an hour of regathering his spells the way he usually does. I'm just kidding. No,
Hey, you did not say that last time. We specifically made sure you don't say
Dash
that
was
last
about
time.
to fucking lose his shit.
So as he's able to kind of like refresh himself, as though he's had a long night's rest, a good cup of coffee, like a real man, and has everything kind of refreshed for him. Chat. What that means, however, is beforehand, where he clicked that button the first time, he took kind of like a spring, and he wound it up extra tight, so there's extra like spring loadedness to it. And then this time, he wound it up even tighter. So that spring that's on there is even more wound compared to before. So it's like bursting at its seams with like the stored kinetic energy, just waiting to be unleashed. Just saying.
So what he would do afterwards, just here, and he'll hand it over to Grishka, saying, "This will refresh your abilities if you need it."
Sure, take it. How does it work?
It borrows sleep from your future.
At any point in the future?
I was told that it will, at some stage, catch up with me, but I assume either the astral plane has still protected me from it yet, or it just hasn't come yet. That's the second time I've used it. It's only got one more use.
Thank you.
Figured we might need it.
Careful when you go back to where you're from.
I'm more worried about now, but yes, I will be.
If you get back to where you're from.
Exactly. If I end up going back even worse off than I am, and he looks at his arms, it'll still have been worth it.
Grishka, you click that button.
I do not.
Okay.
There's a reason why I asked like the round thing, so I need it now. He may need it later.
There's only one charge left to it, correct?
Yeah, only one charge.
Correct.
You didn't even offer to pour Alarel.
As far as I know,
so...
I don't know him having spells. Like I don't know what key is. I don't know he uses key. I've seen him slashy slash.
So yeah, you guys are.
Sorry, Neil.
Going invisible's like a normal part of combat, right? Like,
I mean, that's fair. Actually, you have used that, but also you're used to this place. We are not.
there's been no visual indicators of anything beyond the norm.
You also turned into a giant fucking fox, so I don't fucking know.
Scott, come on, what are you doing?
Waiting for you guys to finish your side.
I'm waiting for you to finish your main side.
All right, I'll take lead here. We continue going.
Thanks.
We continue on.
Yeah, thank you. So, holding that stopwatch just in case. So, yeah, you. So you, where do you just like put that on your person, like tuck it away, just for? Because I imagine you're not walking around with it in your hand.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
put it away.
So, anyways, you guys are. And by the way, chat, you can totally click a trump card to trigger two of those, or a community curse to trigger one of those if they wanted to at any point in time, just so that they're aware.
Oh, well, I thought
that
this
is an
was a
option.
Trump-free, you know.
Oh no.
No, it's DM'd
show.
by an American.
I mean, yeah,
So,
well, we know
let's
where
keep
Scott lies
going.
now. He's been lying to everyone this whole
There's
time.
a reason they're called trump cards, guys.
Yeah, because it screws everything up.
If he was a true freedom-loving
I'm a very
American
quick
that
reader of that.
appreciated falling down the stairs, it'd be called a Biden card.
Oh, he did that thing that we've all done before, where he like slipped and then he just tried to compensate with, "I'm gonna jog even more," and then slipped again, and you're like, "Oh."
It's pretty
He
brutal.
slipped 3 times.
Yeah. Well, no, I know because again,
He
he was trying to compensate.
stumbled, and then slipped, yeah.
Yeah, he just tried to compensate is what it was. So, and he's an old man, so that just makes it worse. And of course, you know it was run with. You know what I mean? Despite the fact that Trump had to like hold on to somebody to go up a ramp at one point while Biden was running up them. You know what I mean? It was like,
But Biden shouldn't be running
fair,
up them.
Your
He
presidents,
shouldn't be.
your presidents do seem exceptionally old compared to
they are.
other world leaders.
You mean like the Queen?
She's not a leader.
So yeah.
I mean, how
They're
dare
old.
you? You've seen Bojo, my current prime minister, tackling a small Asian child in non-contact rugby. That man is athletic.
Anyway, I want to add one thing that I found hilarious. I understand that Joe Biden has a stutter. I found
Had
video-
supposedly. I don't know if it's true or not. That could be a political point, but
Like, could
Going
be.
down the King's
I
Speech
saw the
route.
video. I saw the video of where he introduces himself as Joe Biden's husband, and it's just something about how calmly he says it makes it even funnier. It's just like, it's so good.
Now who's derailing Tesh?
Oh, fuck off.
he probably meant to say Jill. You know.
Oh yeah, no, he did. It was very obvious that's what he meant. He was, but it was just it's one of those things where the slip of the, yeah, It's we've all said stuff like that before.
Yeah. So, anyways, let's get back into it. So you are making your way along, and as you guys are walking along, and you see that the kind of a bit of refreshing and whatnot, you actually feel fresh. Ilen, I can't describe. This feels different since you first arrived here, which you have no idea how long you've been here, but this feels very, very, very different from all that time that you've spent here. You actually genuinely feel fresh to the point where, like, you feel like you just stepped into this place for the first time, fully awake, aware, etc., etc. It actually is really nice.
I was about to say you didn't have to fall an insane distance, but apparently no, I actually did. Never mind.
So they as you guys are making your way along, you're gonna start feeling Ilen and Grishka, this like wariness coming over you. However, this almost like immediate cerebral exhaustion coming over you as you could start forgetting things that are important, like how to walk and which way is up and stuff like that. It's genuinely disorienting to the point where, like, several times you have like a what's it called, vertigo. We have to almost like lean on the vein for a moment or two, just to kind of like gather yourself as you're like, ooh, feeling dizzy from it. And Alarel, you also similarly feel dizzy as you can feel the power slowly coming back into you, as like your steps start to feel a little disorienting and whatnot as this transition backwards starts happening. You can
floating.
More accustomed to the sort of transference of feats. This doesn't seem to affect the Gith because they've done this many times. This is not a first-time experience, right? So the three of you seem very, very disoriented. At one point in time, it doesn't matter which one, kind of like slow blinks and looks up, and you see the Gith has gone a considerable distance ahead of you and has turned around, and it just has like a unamused blank stare, looking back at each of you, like waiting for you to start walking forward again as you're all just kind of like thrown off.
The dirt blinks one eye, then the other.
So after like several, who knows how long of this passing, you guys are can start moving your way forward. Still a bit uneasy, kind of like motion sickness style. Where you feel like uneasy, but you can keep going. You know what I mean? And you start walking forward, trying to regain this orientation. Motion sickness style for Ilen and Grishka. Alarel, however, you're starting to feel a lot better. You're starting to feel a little bit more spring in your step, or at least as much spring as you want to be in your step. You're not even stepping unless you want to. You can actually just kind of like gently fall if you want, and so on, as we've described many times before. The two of you are doing the best you can to keep up at this point. You continue traveling along this trek. I want each of you to go ahead and just make me a will save really quickly.
You notice how we never, ever make reflex saves?
Oh, come on.
Well, it's by far my worst stat, and I'm better than all of you. So
What? 2 rolls in a row.
Grishka, is that a 17?
Yeah, that's a 17.
Thank you. This music's just getting a little loud. I want to adjust it. 1 second.
Just,
Okay.
you know what? Better to get the ones out of the way now.
So I want with the two of you at the 17 and the 18, if you guys could go ahead and make me an intelligence check.
me also smart.
That's the one I'm good at, damn it.
Okay.
Now I've heard recently there's an accusation going about that your buddy Nick is the cause of this luck, and I'm beginning to believe it. Imagine having to be saved by the evil intellect of our NPC.
Yep. You actually have the Gith at one point in time. Will again, without looking back at any of you, you hear in your mind it saying, "They've begun to scan the area. to see if there are inhabitants down here. Hopefully they didn't notice any of us. Did any of you notice them?
We should hurry on.
Uh-oh.
Oh. That's weird. I just got a text message from... Hold on. This must have been an accidental text. I just got a text message from an old friend of mine who I've barely spoken to, just like twice during... that I used to work with when I worked in restaurants, if you all remember how long ago that was. And our old boss.
You just gotta give him a moment, guys. Yeah.
I'm just going to respond. And so our old boss just text, you texted Scott Davis, lol. I'm like, yep, hi. Wish you all well. It was accidentally put into a group text. Oh, that's funny. All right, sorry about that, everybody. It was weird. Back to the thing. So you what is it? He says, did any of you notice them probing you? And everybody says 9.
No.
No.
Then likely you were all detected.
Oh, good.
Unfortunately,
Well, we should hurry.
if they had detected 1, maybe 2, they would likely leave it be. But detecting 3, then most likely they're going to send something down here to find out exactly what's going on. We need to move with haste.
Okay. Pick up the pace.
Go.
How much do you trust one another? It's again in your minds.
Enough.
How much do you
Hey,
trust
what-
me?
Enough.
Yeah, actually, he
says-
says like that's fair.
Then we need to stop traveling across to get to our location. We need to start traveling down. I say we pair up and we descend, guiding one of them each. Take a moment, decide who you're traveling with.
What do you mean, pair up?
I say we free fall, guiding one of
Oh.
them each of us.
Okay. Looks at the. I assume Brisker is probably a lot heavier than Ilen. Which one of you is stronger?
You
I
say
would offer to go with emotions as the gift. But it seems that we'll need to split us two up. Doesn't matter who goes with who, I suppose.
Ilen would.
Take Ilen aside.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll step away.
Yep, you guys step to the side.
Ilen,
Yeah.
I will go with the creature. Do not forget the mission.
I won't. I understand.
We
what you
have
mean.
seen this thing take the body of the Gith. You know me.
I do.
I don't know how, if this thing has access to memories and everything else, but there may come a time for you to use your own judgment and make a tough choice. The mission has to be completed. Remember that. And make the right choice.
he would give you like the proper his face would convey that as much as he hates saying it, I will.
Nods.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably give your shoulder a squeeze.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Ilen would attempt back.
It's a frail shoulder. It's like squeezing grandma's shoulder. She's like 93, dude. Like, you don't shoulder squeeze a 93-year-old.
Sure you do. All right. Anyway.
Of course you do. It's appropriate force. Like, you're not gonna like give them the same shoulder squeeze that you give to your 20-year-old buddy Nick. You know.
He's 20. Oh, I'd like to hear that with his receding hairline.
I was hearkening back to your past.
Okay. Move back to towards Aurorum. Let's do this.
Yeah, so you go over there, you just kind of like pair up, and he looks at Grishka and says, "Are you prepared?"
As I'll ever be.
You're going to have to move reactively as we fall through the tunnel. He looks to what's his name, Alorel, and says, "I imagine you want to take lead."
I don't know where I'm going any better than anyone else, but no one else does, so sure.
He nods, and then he looks to the tunnel. He looks down the tunnel towards the direction you guys are going, and he kind of like steps over directly in front of Grishka, and then turns his back to Grishka, like one of those, like as if you were like getting in line back when you used to be able to get in lines. But do you guys remember that? Remember standing in a line somewhere, like at a store? Remember those?
See, funny
You
thing
mean
is,
like-
I did that today.
Like a socially distanced
Australia.
line to get like your COVID test.
I mean, like a line where you could feel the person breathing behind you. Don't you miss those? You know,
You mean like a line where you're all spaced out waiting for your vaccination?
like a line where you could smell the cigarettes off of the person in front of you.
Oh,
Actually, probably the person three people in front of you because how close they are. Remember those lines?
you're animals.
Yeah.
You're all animals.
That is one of the perks of COVID is you have a mask and they're far enough away you don't have to smell cigarettes. So, anyways, so you so yeah, you kind of like he goes and kind of gets there. Alorel, I imagine you kind of go and prepare yourself in front of Ilen, and then you just kind of shift the gravity so that you are no longer down. You're now falling forward. The problem is that Ilen himself is not doing that. Ilen himself is still down and you're going forward. So Ilen more or less feels like you're being tugged away from him and you feel like you're being pulled down at the same time. So as this immediately starts and you start like kind of falling forward, Ilen has you and he's holding on to you and you're just kind of like dragging Ilen's feet forward a little bit. It's going to throw it off unless Ilen can make his wisdom check DC 16.
I think Alaro will also adopt his Kitsune form for this.
Oh, you're going to be a little fox? You're not going to have the
No,
force to...
Kitsune.
Oh, okay.
He's going to be a person with big claws.
Okay.
It'll just
Here we
improve
go.
his grip if the boy tries to get away from him.
Hey.
Whew. On the dot.
So you guys start the free fall. Grishka?
He nodded and said yap, but he said
Yep.
it silently. Because he was
What's up?
speaking with his mind to the intellect devourer. Come on, Scott.
Exactly.
Keep up.
Also make a
about-
wisdom check.
Yeah, he's asking for a wisdom. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's
Hey,
Will.
Jake failed his wisdom check.
Yeah.
Oh my
Grishka succeeded though.
god!
That's a will save, not a wisdom check. You wasted the high roll.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, he
No,
did
he didn't.
not. He did not. Okay, you're good. You're good. And Jake wasted his intelligence check. No, he failed his intelligence check. So, get it. Get it. I that or linguistics to understand Scott. So, you easily are able to allocate your minds to that is down. And then all of a sudden, as he feels like the pressure, so Ilen, you feel him starting to tug on you. You shift your mind and he pulls you. With him, he waits straight up until you he feels pressure coming from you. As he feels that pressure coming from you, or it feels that pressure coming from you, all of a sudden you guys start free falling as well. Allow a bit of gap though, because you want to have like breathing room between the two groups. So probably like a good 50, 60
More than
foot.
100. Okay, so it's not more than 120 feet. That's what I was going to ask.
No. Yeah, I was going to say a good 50, 60 foot gap to allow reaction time in case things are happening. Now, here's where things get fun. Alarel, you remember those reflex saves? As you guys are free falling, you're going to have to make decisions as to where to go. Now, the good news with you guys choosing to pair this way is that Ilen is legitimately trained in physiology, right? He's actually trained in healing. So as you're free falling, you have to make snapshot quick decisions, and he can kind of call those out to you. And you are actually the best out of everybody here with reflex saves. So you can snapshot quick react to those, and then they can see where it is that you're going, and similarly kind of follow behind. So this pairing happens to be the best pairing. Good job. Ilen,
Accidental success.
we're going to take these one at a time. Can I get from you a heal check, please, Sir Manboy, sir?
You definitely can.
Alaral, do not forget that you have
Oh.
Winifred's wisdom. Wow. That is impressive.
A heal check.
I will tell you this, Ilen. If you can give me another check like that, it'll be only 2 checks, not 3.
Ooh.
Yeah, allowing the success to be able to kind of guide you further and better.
What do I need to make now? Reflex save, yeah?
Yep, so as he's kind of like calling out tunnels well in advance as to where it is that you need to go to, again, tunnels being like which appropriate area to go through. Now, as you're entering, again, from the hand into the arm, you are currently in an area you want to continue to free fall through the veins return to the heart, right? Yeah. We want to continue.
Other than one.
Correct, yeah, but that goes to the brain. So,
No, it goes to the lungs.
Wait, oh yeah, duh, goes to the lungs. My apologies. It's also one of the shorter ones. So, shit, I'm so sorry. I forgot for a second.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's important. Correct, please. It's important. So you're free falling through there and quickly calling things out. But the thing is, like, these snapshot, like which way you're falling is important. But also, as these things are contracted in different areas, it's important to be able to pass through these tunnels very well. Alarel, if you continue to roll extremely high, he needs to do nothing, because you can just kind of like perfectly free fall through it and just kind of call out like Titan, as he like tightens his cheeks or whatever, to kind of like pull it in, so you can kind of like bullet through these holes. But if you don't roll extremely well, then there's the issue that he will need to also make a check, otherwise kind of like rattle along. And by that I mean the DC consistently for you is going to be a 21. As long as you compete at 21, he doesn't have to make any secondary checks. So success begets success. So the first travel through, he calls out well in advance where it is you need to do. You make your reflex save to easily kind of travel through where it is you need to do. Everything's going swimmingly. Jake, now for you guys, he needs to.
I really don't have a good track record with like falling. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm really unhappy about this.
Yeah.
Because all we can do is fall for ever since friggin' the planes. I swear every second session is just a free fall.
You need to include a trigger warning in this session for Jake, please. It's like, damn it, Neil, this is legitimate.
So, Jake, you actually, in theory, don't have to make checks so long as the Gith is able to make the checks well enough for you, right? So, I'm going to be making the reflex saves or whatever for the Gith. Is there anything your character would be kind of doing other than just like holding on for dear life?
Trying to give direction to where Tesh.
We can see that.
Ilen.
It can maintain a telepathic link up to 100 feet out.
Could you give it?
Yeah,
100? What is it, 120 feet out?
Yeah, I will give it guidance if I can.
Thank you. That's what I was asking for without asking for it.
Give myself guidance as well.
Unfortunately, because the amount of energy it's going to take to kind of hold on, you're just giving it guidance and hoping that it doesn't trigger anything for you to roll.
Just stroking its face repeatedly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that gives you a +1, which is a good thing. I'm going to make my reflex save to try to properly follow you guys. Would you guys like to luck that check?
Isn't that Daddy's dice?
No.
It's
You
not
have to
Daddy's dice
it.
because it's for the crew.
I'm reading the rules right now.
You go right
I'm
ahead.
looking.
Um,
Give him a moment.
up to you because you're the one that's gonna have to make a check if you don't.
It's
get
written
that.
in American.
Look, I'm
Travis.
going to tell you right now, my reflex is terrible.
Yeah,
then-
we should daddy's dice it.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you know what? You probably didn't read the most updated version. There's an errata that came out about 3.5 weeks ago. If you check the errata, it'll show you that that has been updated.
Oh, good day. Up to you, Jake. Honestly, it's a good enough reason to try and not have.
We
issues
should luck
with-
it
It's
because
20,
you don't want,
25%, so may as well try.
you don't want to get pounded here.
Yeah.
Or
We've
Also,
been through
Neil,
this
Oh,
already.
did you put the +1 in already? Did you?
I did. It was an 8. Now it's a 9.
Yeah.
Woo.
All right. Well, are you rolling it, Scott?
I'm waiting for one of you guys to roll luck.
Oh shit!
Oh God, thank you.
So very easily is able to kind of keep its way going. You guys were able to continue free falling, and everything's going well. I'm gonna need that second heal check from you, please, Ilen.
Yep. Can I guidance myself for this, or is it just I'm focusing too hard on looking?
The thing that you're doing is giving the advice. Mm-hmm.
Free falling.
Oh, that was almost an 18.
How do you feel about your 17 total, sir?
I would like to luck it.
Go ahead. You definitely succeed,
Whoa.
which is good news. Not
It's just
succeed
not
to
the
the point.
instant, yeah.
Correct. So you guys are going to have to go through a third round. Neil, why don't you go ahead and make me that reflex save?
Oh.
I assume you're happy with the
Obviously,
22.
I'm reapplying guidance as well.
I assume you're happy with the 22, Neil?
Yeah.
Okay, so things are continuing to go swimmingly for the people in the front, kind of guiding their way down towards the heart as quickly as they can. Free falling. I'm going to describe these free fall in just a moment, okay? Now it's going to be the other creature's turn, including the +9, same as before.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
Also doing
Well
a good
done,
job
Scott.
of continuing to free fall. Thank you. And now we're going to do the, in theory, third and final round. If you can go ahead and roll me that heal check, please, Tash.
God damn it. It's just under. I'm gonna, because I do want to make sure we're going to the right place. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna use up the last luck.
Rip Jake.
All right, Neil, go ahead and roll me that thing. Before you do so, do you want to use your Winifred's?
No.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Okay, I think it's your highest check
Sweet.
so far. Awesome. So your reflex save is there, which is absolutely wonderful. And the last thing, I'm going to finally make my last check. Here it comes.
20, 20, 20, 20. Oh, fuck.
Jake, do you want to try to luck that?
Scott, what the
You
fuck
have
are
no
you doing?
luck.
You're fucking us over.
Try it. You could
Oh,
try
actually-
it. You never know.
If you want, I can daddy's dice this.
Now he's daddy's dice. Wow. That gif is
Oh.
appropriate.
Yeah.
Especially when I describe what happens. So when you guys are
Oh, shit.
well, you guys are free falling. You guys, and by the way, I did trigger that lightning. I saw it. Don't worry. It says have a lick. So while you guys are free falling, you can actually see yourselves traveling through this like network of veins and whatnot, going through it, left, right, right. You know, quickly. No, that one. And you can see like there's these weird shifts of G-force because it's not like if you're falling like this, you immediately go this way. Oh, actually, I microwaved coffee. I have coffee. Is that fresh? Oh. Yeah, it's actually from. When did you brew that for me? Was that wasn't Monday night? That was probably Friday. Yeah, I microwaved it from Friday. Yeah. No, there's no. Well,
Jesus
there were little
Christ.
flecks inside of it, but I just kind of assumed it was bubbles.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
People are like, "You're weird for drinking coffee that I made this morning." Let alone that.
Hey, Britt. Are you not that I'm requesting or anything? Are you making breakfast sometime soon? So you
fucked
are?
up.
Oh, dandy, because I won't lie. Neil is making me quite thirsty, but Jake is making me hungry. He is a thirst trap, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah, but nobody could get poor Chloe out of that snare. It's actually a bait and switch. Like you think for a moment like this is going to be a great experience, then you get there and you're like, what the hell did I do? It's not all men, right? Not like I know you said all men, but not like all men.
Can we just
Oh
talk
my
about how
God.
Brit just said, I'm a thirst trap?
Oh yeah, except me. There you go. Yeah, see, I'm the exception.
Am I even
to
of
the
legal age in America?
rule.
What's...
Hi, Rory. Good morning, Angel.
Am I being predated
That was a
on?
good one.
Come here.
That
Give me a
was
big
good
hug.
one.
And then I got to get back to... Come here, give me a big hug. Yeah, what was your earworm? You don't remember your earworm? Are you cured of your earworm?
Go wave back.
Yeah, go with your earworm. How does it go? Sing it one time for me.
It's because Jake's too scary. He's not waving.
Your loving, got to have all your loving, baby, and your loving, got to have all your loving.
Fun song, right? Is that gonna be stuck in your head all day again? Oh, well, we'll find out, won't we? All right, Daddy's gonna get back to work, sweetheart. Why don't you have fun with Mommy, okay? Mwah. Love you. After we're done, we'll go play on the swing set before you have school, okay? Because it should be clearing up outside. All right.
Adorable.
All right, there we go. Back to where were we?
I believe.
We all made it. Everyone was good.
Yeah, we just succeeded actually.
That's right. So you guys were
You
free
looked for a
falling,
little
kind of
bit.
going through all these different little, these kind of little tunnels the entire time. Again, going through areas where beforehand you had seen that they were, what are they called? Intellect devourers were on the hand, kind of consuming the thing, right? Here, you did not see any intellect devourers, but you did see other creatures that seem to exist here. Unfortunately, they whipped by so quickly, you didn't really get to get any degree of sight off of them, other than the fact that some of them seem to be effectively bioluminescent, if not psioluminescent, right? Giving off a degree of like kind of like almost like a light show as you're going through little tunnels here and there. But again, you couldn't really make out the details of what those kind of creatures were. But just for chat's understanding or kind of imagining, you have to think of like the deep sea worms that feed off of things like, say, whale bones and stuff like that. They almost kind of like attach and kind of like float off of like bones of old creatures, like at the bottom of the ocean, and kind of like inject and kind of like consume the marrow of old bones. Anyways, things like that. Anyway, so you're traveling through and seeing all this stuff, cutting and dodging between all these tunnels. There were a couple of like narrow moments for both the lead and the following crew as you guys are following through, and you actually hear at one point in time, Jake, with your extremely high perception, you don't even have to roll. You actually hear Ilen say, "I think we're almost there," as you guys left, and you guys are kind of like, you know, following that way. And then as you guys are getting really close, there's again another sharp turn where they end up going, we'll say, to the left and following through. And then Ilen, you come to the realization you're there. You're going to be there in moments. Unfortunately, at this point in time, there's a bit of a clipping that happened. And Grishka, you guys, not only did you clip the edge there, you clipped the edge and tumbled down the right tunnel instead, free falling for a little whiles there. No, it's not like you fall for forever. Like as soon as that clipping happens, there's going to be a quick moment. The clip happens. The two of you just need to make me a acrobatics check. So this is going to be you and the intellect devourer need to make an acrobatics check.
So,
It does not have a baseline decent acrobatics check. I'm just checking right now. Nope. Its the previous owner of that body did. This one does not. So I'm rolling just with a flat dexterity, which is still really high.
Just imagine Drishka cartwheeling down the vein and landing, being like,
That was actually a very good roll for me. 16.
That was a
yeah.
terrible roll for me.
So what's going to happen here is Grishka's going to survive it, turn around, and the ID's just going to be like the Gith's just going to be missing its head.
So, what is it? 12 points of damage for the creature. You take half that with your 15, and the fact that you're trailing behind, so your DC was a little bit lower. So you actually take only 6 points of damage, which, by the way, is only 4 for you because of your DR, right?
Oh, that's ironically.
Does Ilen take that damage?
If it's only 4 damage, nope. It's 5 damage that triggers my
I
lifelink.
gotcha.
Hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's awesome. So, anyways, you look at Grishka. What a douche. Can somebody else pay the bill?
Well, I
ate
thought
the
he just
sandwich,
took
I don't want the
damage
bill.
up to 5. All right.
No. It's at the start of my turn. If you're missing 5 or more, I take 5 damage from myself to give to you.
I gotcha. Yeah.
So you, as you guys are free falling, all of a sudden you kind of like scrape the wall a little bit. You free fall for a couple seconds more. You imagine the reason why it doesn't immediately slow down is because a bit disoriented from how hard it hit the wall. You barely hit it. Thank God its body took the impact for you. But you free fall a little bit longer after that, and eventually kind of like slows itself down and reorients its gravity to be like the ground, like you were walking beforehand. So it's kind of like standing on a vein rather than free falling, and it'll actually kind of like hold on to as it does that. It'll kind of like reach back and kind of hold on to your arm so you don't go continuing to tumble down. Make me a wisdom check to change yourself as well.
Every time.
So unfortunately, you do continue tumbling forward. I will make a strength check to try to catch you, but you got some thick thighs, boy. So I don't know if that's really going to work out. Let me see what the creature's strength. Oh, I know what the creature's strength was. It's +2. So I got to roll the +2.
Wait, no, it's got a +2. Surely Gith have more than a +2.
+2.
This was a Dexy boy, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So
That's fine. He holds on to me. It's all good.
Gith Yankee usually have a higher strength, but there are some dex-based ones, like the ones you fought on the ship and whatnot. So, anyways, a 12. It's one of those things where he kind of like tries to slow you down, but unfortunately, you slip from the grasp. So it does slow you down enough. Like it takes a couple moments that you're not going to fall for too long before you're able to trigger another wisdom check.
Right. Another wisdom check.
You got it this time. It's a natural 20 incoming,
believe.
Grishka.
18.
Just got to have faith in a natural 20.
You know you need a
any
16. Do you want to try luck?
I'll try.
Might as well try.
Hey!
Hey!
You know what? Like I said, LD said have a lick, and you licked it.
Oh, thank you, LD.
Thank
I'll
you for
take that
licking
one.
Jake.
Jake the Snake. So you are able to kind of like slow yourself down. Now, because you do free fall for a bit more, and you just reorienting your gravity down, with that kind of momentum going down, that just means you're going to scrape up a bit. So give me an acrobatics check to make sure that you just kind of like tumble and it doesn't hurt you too much as you're slowing down. You don't take any damage from the falling. So as it hits, it's like it's not like you don't get scraped up. It's just it kind of like slows you down a good bit. You do end up like a good 100 feet or so past the Gith. So still within the mind link range, past the Gith. When you finally kind of scraping and then whatnot, and then finally come to a stop, and you're like there on all fours, like. And you kind of push yourself standing up and start walking back. We're gonna take the camera from you and over to the other two. You guys continue free fall, and you go and you're like, I think we're there, and then it opens up into one of the ventricle or atriums or whatever it is. I always forget which one goes where. So it's been a long time since I took anatomy. You go falling into the part of the heart that's there. You specifically go falling into the heart. You notice a couple things immediately on coming into this area. Number one, My camera goes off.
Fuck's sake.
Number one, it is beautiful. It is so beautiful. I mentioned beforehand the bioluminescence creatures that were there, and I mentioned how they kind of look. So you have to imagine these worm-like creatures, tons of them, all over the inside of the heart. Tons of them, just kind of like attached to the insides of the heart, like heartworm, consuming whatever it is they can from the creature, and just giving off all these different arrays of colors and whatnot from the spectrum of light that you guys can see. Just giving off all these colors. It looks like a kind of like watching like how a what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a cuttlefish can kind of like go through like different like waves of light happening in the area with and they move not in perfect unison, but they will have like reactive waves of colors kind of like moving throughout them, almost like they're working together. You also have little spots or motes in other areas where like a different color will ping either offbeat or an entirely different color within the wave of them, or their own little almost like little ripple waves happening in areas. But there's so many of them all over. It is genuinely a beautiful thing that you're seeing around you. You notice it inside this heart's chamber. It does make you wonder if they're dangerous or not, whether or not these creatures you want to interact with them. But at the very first moment, they are truly a beauty to behold, right? The other thing that you notice is you kind of like take this in, and you're like, whoa. And you kind of like reach out in your mind to ask the question, you know, like, do you see this? As you're kind of giving out that image to the others, so you say a message to the others, you realize there's no more connection. There's no more connection to these things. So, what is yeah?
I would just say I've lost connection. Can we land?
Connection.
Lifelink, the tether.
Let's hope these things don't eat us.
Is there anywhere near the entrance of the vein we came out of that we can land, or is it literally every inch is covered with these things?
I wouldn't say every inch. Make me a perception check. As you guys watching this thing kind of going through like pinks, blues, greens, and stuff like that, all these beautiful colors all around you, why don't you go ahead and roll me that perception check, both of you guys.
That's not terrible for me.
Okay, I'm waiting for the cat person to do so as well.
Not one. Nope, it's every inch.
He'll eventually get there. Hold on to your asses.
I refuse. What do you need me to roll?
Perception check, Neil.
Oh, come on, it's one time.
The room you were describing reminded me of the heart room of Riven in Destiny, so I just posted a picture of it in Discord. It's that sort of waving bioluminescence.
Actually,
it was scarily how accurately you think. It's just smaller than the one we're in.
I've never played that game. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, actually, so
That's the heart of Riven. So it was like, I was like, oh my god, that's eerie how similar. It's just smaller, obviously.
Yeah. No, that's funny because I obviously I've never played that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, a large chasm like that with things all over, and so on and so forth. So that's funny that is very, very, very similar.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, holy shit, I need to post this because it was so similar.
Lateral thinking right there. So, anyways, yeah, so anyways, you guys looking about the area, you can see there's a couple patches here and there where there doesn't seem to be any lights coming off of it. So it is possible that that's where it's safe. So you can try to redirect your way in that direction. Obviously, he's not a light boy, so, excuse me, you want to go down that direction and then kind of flip the opposite to slow yourself down, almost kind of giving yourself a drag wind as you're kind of approaching that spot. So why don't you go ahead and try to make that landing for me? I just need from you, Neil, a acrobatics, and from you, Tesh, an acrobatics.
Okay. Oh,
Wow.
wow.
Both of you guys land, no issues whatsoever, able to land in a patch that seems to be completely ended. We're going to pull the camera from you guys for a moment over to Grishka. Grishka, you, like I said, kind of scraped yourself to a stop on all fours, push yourself back to your feet, and start walking back towards the Gith, who looks to you, of course, who has his still telepathic connection to you, and says, "It seems we've separated ourselves from them."
Can we not go back to where the split happened?
I can no longer feel them in my... I can no longer feel them. We're no longer connected. However, I'm sure it's simple enough directions we can find our way. You see a small little glow behind the eyes of the creature. Let me just make sure I click this the right way. It is going to be... Nope. Plus, I think it's just +8. Yeah. So you see a small little glow behind the eyes of the creature, and you can see a lot of the scrapes and nicks and whatnot that happened from the rattling inside and that scraping and whatnot that just happened there. So I think it took 22 damage, actually. 12 there and 10 before, right? So it actually heals all the damage that it just took from the incidents that have transpired since the start of the session, right? So, and it says, it should be easy enough. It doesn't turn around or start walking yet, though. It's still looking towards you.
Alright. He'll just say, okay, well, if you can find them, we can probably find where we need to go.
There is much that you're keeping from me.
As I'm sure there's much that you keep from me. We don't share everything. We share some things.
Some to you and some to me are vastly different amounts of information.
It's probably true.
Shall we make a trade, then?
A trade? What are you looking for?
Information that you have pertaining to this place while you're here, what reaction you expect to transpire afterwards.
And you're offering?
You can ask me questions. I will give you the best of my knowledge answers for the questions that you ask.
I wouldn't know what to ask you.
That seems like a problem for you. Allow us to trade this information.
Let me think on it.
Take your moment, he says, still looking towards you, still between you and the place that you came from.
Like he's physically stopping me from moving.
I mean, I imagine this conversation is happening as you walked towards him, but he certainly hasn't turned around or gotten out of the way.
This is not my information to give. However, once we get to where we need to go, I will ask. And if it is okay, I will tell you.
That's not the deal I'm looking to make.
You seem to be only looking to a deal that favors you.
I'm looking to offer you whatever you ask.
So what do you want? What do you want to know again?
All the information you have pertaining to this place, what you expect to happen here, and whatever reactions can happen afterwards.
Well, I'll give you something. You see, I don't know what's going to happen when we find what we're looking for. I have not the slightest idea. I was sent here and really only here by chance because I managed to see this resembled a hand. Now, Ilen has already told you we seek a divine spark. That information is close to the extent of my knowledge, and he'll laugh at that. You see, you happen to think I know a lot more than I do.
You came seeking this place.
Yes.
I understand. You are burdened with perceiving without understanding. There are many creatures such as yourself. They witness things, but aren't sharp enough to identify the significance of them. We can unburden you of that very easily. Do not fight it. I will find what I need to know inside of your mind.
No, thank you.
I'm going to find out one way or the other. I'm asking you to make this something that's beneficial for you.
Alright, so what more do you want to know? Like, I don't, like, out of game, did I not just tell him practically everything I know, apart from a god sent me?
Yeah, things
I
like
think-
a god sent me. This is a dead god. We're looking to bring back balance. The set and the other thing. There's a lot of like that big overture stuff that people, as you know, weren't allowed to know because like you were only told in the realm of a god, and he told you straight up, people can't know this shit. You know. Anyway, so things like that. That's a lot of that's the big stuff, right? Stuff that nobody in the multiverse knows really.
Alright. Do I really have to have a fucking mind off with this thing?
Maybe.
Alright, before you go digging around, just give me a moment.
Cast a spell. Before you go in there, hold on one second. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about... No. I'm just almost... Okay, now let's do this. Like...
Yeah.
He just watches there as Grishka just screams Dragon Ball Z style, just powers up for like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. If it's Dragon Ball Z, it's 5 episodes.
Alright, so you're willing to trade information. I've told you a little bit right there, so why don't we start with you giving me a little bit.
Inquire.
What are you? And where do you come from?
I'm a seedling that was raised a bit differently. I come from a pool of others that are similar to myself, or different to different degrees. I serve one master and the community that they bring to all of us.
I see. I was sent here by God to seek a dead god.
Gods, they die.
Or do they?
I am asking.
And I'm saying. That's why I'm here. Do they die?
Intriguing.
Yes.
Ask again.
Fucking hate you.
He's willing to do it back and forth.
Yeah, I'm aware, but it's like, just let me go. Alright.
I love that Neil's just what we're both just entertained just watching this happen.
Yeah, well, why can't you guys talk to it? Fucking hell. What am I going to ask him next?
We're just like waiting. We're just like, these tentacles are cool, huh? Yeah.
I actually do
We'll
have
get
a
back
plan
to you
for
in a
what I
moment.
would be doing. Yeah,
Get back to you in a
so I
moment.
assume he'd come back to us. So
Using the information you have now, once we get, if we get to the place where this supposed divine spark lies, do you intend to let us do with it what we came here, or will you be wanting it for yourself, or to do something with it?
I don't fully understand exactly what this divine spark is for me to decide whether or not it's something that I would have use for or need for. However, I also don't know what it is that you intend to do with the divine spark. So perhaps if you inform me as to what your plans are, I could tell you my opinions of those plans.
Well, I assume we are going to take it, if taking it is possible. Back to the gods that are wanting it.
It can be acquired. What would one do with a divine spark once it has been acquired?
Prove that true gods cannot die. I guess.
Can this be acquired by others and used within themselves? Could this offer true immortality?
I don't know. I doubt it because it's, in essence, possibly the soul of the god, and it survived now. I don't think it could just be absorbed.
How do you intend to take this divine spark, and where do you intend to bring it?
I told you where I intend to bring it. I don't know how I'm going to take it, if taking it is possible. I would prefer to work together with you. I don't wish to fight you, nor do I want to. It seems clear that which I do not think is possible, if absorbing it is possible, you probably intend to try and do it yourself. Which I would prefer didn't happen. So, can we still work together and maybe come to another deal when the time comes? You may earn favor with the gods yourself.
I have no interest in gods.
Do you have interest in the power that gods bring, though?
Interest in the power the gods bring? Is what you asked, my apologies?
Yep.
Yeah, so you have the interest in the power the gods bring. He says, no. There is no worship. There is no faith in my community.
Do you wish to take this back to the one you serve?
I do not know. It could be a danger, in which case, no. It could be a boon, in which case, maybe. However, if it cannot be brought there, perhaps having them brought here. You see, he says,
that is... I never thought of that. That is a very interesting thing. Maybe that's what we have to do.
He thinks for a few moments. He says, I, as a creature, just like you, must consume to survive. Unlike you, however, I do not reach a peak and then start to degrade. You know what I'm talking about. You've already reached your peak. You are degrading. When you return back to where it is that time will have its effect on your body, you will feel it's growing old. You will see the hair on your head changing in color. You will feel your bones start to creak. Injuries will not heal as quickly. You will die due to time. I do not hit such a peak. As long as I am able to consume, I'm able to grow and to gain. I have gained so much from being here, because here is different. Generally, we must consume the minds of peoples like yourself, lesser creatures, such as you consume the muscle of lesser creatures than yourself. But here I've been able to consume lesser material and gain so much more. Were I able to actually consume the center of this thing, the mind of this thing, then there is something that I would be interested in.
I see. You know...
Oh, sorry, I just have it pulled away because my camera keeps focusing on my microphone. It likes my microphone more than me. So, as long as you guys could hear me.
Let me.
That
let
and
me
the
tell you
static
something.
is just friggin' nasty, and I just haven't had time to fix it. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. But yesterday, my wife had me doing like 6,000 errands. I literally woke up to go to a school, which the school had blocked 1 hour for me to ask them questions, to interview them, to see if that's where I'm going to have my daughter go to. And not only did they take me in about 15 minutes late, after about 15 minutes, they tried to rush me out the door, and I was like, whoa, I have questions. And it opened a notebook where I had a whole bunch of questions. And they were annoyed that I had so many questions. But I'm like, you gave me an hour. And you're trying to make me be the bad guy for giving me only 15 minutes? No. So, anyways, go ahead.
I see what you're saying. Well, let's find it and see what it is. Are you ready?
I believe I am. Who is going to be the one to access this spark?
I don't know.
You said it yourself that you are the least knowledgeable one here. Ilen seems to know more than you.
Kind of chuckles to himself. Maybe. Maybe he does. Is this... Are you wishing to preemptively end our alliance?
It stands there, staring for a few moments, seemingly thinking. I don't know if you respond or you just give it time to pass.
What would he say? I don't fucking know.
So you can just say nothing. You can just allow time to pass.
I feel like I should say something. I would advise against it. We
funny.
don't know what it is.
It's funny too because you're actually staring into the eyes of a. It's one of those things where, it's hard to describe the feeling for people that have never actually experienced it, because like zoos do not give the appropriate kind of feeling, because you have a degree of safety in a zoo. You know you're safe at a zoo, but it's like looking into the eyes of a predator that you know can and will end you and eat you. It will consume you, not due to any degree of hatred or wanting to bring harm to you. Nothing like that. Just sheer, it's the circle of life, baby. There's no passion, there's no emotion involved. Just you are a meal, and they're looking at you, similar to you staring at a salad bar. Just kidding. A delicious steak. Getting ready to be like nom 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 nom, right? So you get this like look from the thing as you say that. Again, several moments pass, and eventually it says, "No, not yet." Oh, thanks, sweetheart. No, not quite just yet. Grapes, avocado toast. So funny. We see chocolate. Should make it? No, it's delicious. It's just it's such a. We only ever started eating avocado toast like what, a couple months ago. We are avocado bagel people. That's true. All right. The fat man's avocado toast. So so he says, "No, I wish not to," answering your previous question, and then he will turn and start walking back the other direction.
Christian loosens up a little bit. He had his hand in his pocket and kind of lets go of something.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, then let us continue our tentative alliance and see where it takes us.
Mm-hmm. This whole conversation, by the way, was being happening telepathically. So it's like anybody who's watching that would just see like this really tense staring between one another. You know what I mean? Like a
prolonged eye contact.
Anyways, so you guys continue making your way back. The two of you land on the ground.
So what? Given it would, Ilen would wait at like 10 seconds. If they still didn't come out of the hole, he would summon Lantern Archon, which has 60 feet of perfect flight.
Mm-hmm.
And I would ask it to go back up the vein and essentially look for Grishka.
So before you do that Lantern Archon, one of the things I would say is immediately as you guys land and kind of land in the spot or whatever, as you like even going towards the rim and then eventually do come to that landing, as I'd mentioned, just want to pull the camera away for a second. One of the things you guys notice is there's kind of like a strong odor inside this chamber, and definitely strong as you go to land. And once you actually land that spot, it's a very, very, very strong, very smelly odor. Oh my god, it almost smells like it's hard to describe, kind of like battery acid has that aroma to it, right? Like that. Oh, and so it's very pungent smelling. Could you both of you guys just make me a fortitude save real quick?
Joy.
I should have Winifred's wisdomed. Fuck.
Well, you have an 8. You're welcome to try to luck that if you'd like.
Do we have luck?
It's a good question. Nope.
No.
Well, that's
I just
not
love
good.
watching that appear on screen. So,
Jackass.
Ilen, you're fine. You know what I mean? No big deal for you. But you, what's your face? Sorry, my boy, sir. You are sickened from this, which means -2 attack rolls, weapon damage rolls, saving throws, and skill checks and ability checks, right? So you're just like, it's so smelly. It's so pungent here that you're just like, oh, it's like throwing you off. Ilen, you can smell it as well, and it's uncomfortable for you as well, but it's not throwing you off your game. I mean, you travel with Grishka, so you're fine with this. So you go ahead, and after like a bit seeing them not appear, you probably don't even necessarily notice Alorel feeling uncomfortable because you're just staring up towards the tunnel. You wait like your 10 seconds or so, and then you go and you summon your Archon, which appears. And so the Archon immediately appears before you, and it waits for your command.
A half-orc named Grishka is up through this tunnel. I would like you to find them, find them and direct them back here.
You know, I'm starting to think you don't trust me either, Ilen. I could have gone and done that.
He asked me to not risk things going awry. This way we can get the information quickly and we can continue what we're doing here.
So you say that to the Lantern Archon, and then Alorel speaks to you. You speak back to Alorel. Alorel, of course, whose stomach is kind of turning a bit. You have that back and forth. The Lantern Archon doesn't go anywhere yet. Wait to see you finish speaking. And then
if
says,
there's trouble, I'll say, if there's trouble, teleport back and tell me.
the Lantern Archon, you can see it kind of like blinking acknowledgement. And then it speaks, and again, almost imagine like there's almost like tones to the way it speaks, almost like somebody had hit like a notes on a like an organ, where there's like a chiming to it, like an organ on the higher like the higher keys of an organ has kind of like this note to it, but it speaks to you, and it says, "I'll find your friends, but also," and it kind of like it projects its voice louder. So you can clearly tell it's not speaking just to you. These here are not bad people. Please bring them no harm. They look to do no harm. And then you can actually see as it says that out loud in a projected voice. You can actually see there's flashes of like pink and green light throughout the actual whole chamber and all these things that happen to be inside here. So flashes between pink and green
Truth
light.
speak. Yeah.
True speak means anything can understand it, exactly. So, and then
That's
the Lantern
sick.
Archon just starts floating, like perfectly outside of the chamber.
Okay. It will. You heard it. Will teleport back if there's trouble. Let's continue with what we're doing.
What are we doing?
Well, is there a center to this thing or another tunnel?
So why don't you
Would I have noticed that you're feeling? Wait, can lesser restoration even help him?
restoration help him?
Lesser restoration.
Oh yeah,
help
yeah,
with
that would cure the condition. Absolutely.
Yeah. So if I notice that you're not doing so well from this, I can pop that on you. Would he make any sort of notion that he's not doing so good?
Unless he bluff checks, it's pretty obvious, you know.
Oh,
He
okay.
probably looks a bit pale and pallid.
Oh, just a second, and he'll pop the.
How do you look
lesser
pale and
restoration.
pallid if you're a fur-covered creature?
The nose.
You got skin around like the eyes and the nose and the mouth, and his little inner eyelids are half out. Shows that he's not feeling very well.
All right, so you go ahead and cast lesser restoration onto him. Able to remove the sickening condition or whatever from him. So you or is it? Wait, does that work? That works, but maybe I'm confusing with 5e.
Oh, is it?
Nope. Take the spell back. It doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's ability scores and exhaustion and fatigue. You have to remove sickness.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything like that. Annoyingly. That's annoying. I would also actually. I will actually activate this.
LD, I'm glad that you want to listen to my voice as you lie in bed. I understand.
It's because I'm a kitsune. Let's be honest.
Yep, you can imagine a kitsune with my voice. Brittany does the same thing.
God.
Okay, moving on. So what? So, do we see anything in the room, or is it just the entire? It's entirely these things. But is there anything in the middle, or is there like a tunnel we have to go off the side, or?
So you guys have no idea where you're supposed to. You're inside the heart. So again, the atrium ventricle, the flaps between, so on and so forth. You guys are here, surrounded by a whole bunch of strange glowing light creatures.
Well, knowing that these things are hopefully going to leave us alone now, and they're good at the very least, it was able to talk to them. Can I make a sort of heal check to figure out where we are in the heart, where we need to go in the heart?
You go right ahead.
This is me not knowing nearly enough about how hearts work.
Ilen, if these things have been here for a long time, maybe they'll know.
That is a good point. Well, if the Archon doesn't make it back in time, I'll summon another one and we can use it as a translator. I didn't think of that. As for that heal check, how does that?
So with the 31, that's absolutely amazing. You can definitely tell that you are in the heart of the creature. You're inside, again, one of the ventricles, atrium, so on and so forth. This is certainly a way that if you wanted to get anywhere else in the body, this is your spot. So if you wanted to make your way down to one of the organs, to the lungs, up to the brain, wherever you need to be, but this is actually the heart of the creature. You just don't have the other two with you to make a decision as to where to go next. Obviously, you know out of game where it is that the Gith wants to go, but you guys don't know exactly where you're supposed to go next.
Yes, we do know where the Gith wants to go. Okay, so that's annoying.
What's annoying?
The spark not being in this part of the heart, at least.
You don't know though, because how would you discover where the spark is, right? You haven't really done any experimentation or anything yet.
You know what I could do? I could pump a heel into the ground again and see what happens here. You know what? I will.
Okay. What degree? You're going to do a big boy?
You know what? Since we're in the heart, I could do the biggest of boys. What? What was that a response or?
It's called a cough. I thought someone with a 31 heal check would know that.
No, it sounded like you said
It did
help.
sound very specific.
It sounded like you were responding and doing a fake cough.
Yeah. It sounded
Okay.
like you were like,
No, it was a cough.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Well-
would say probably that's a good plan. It'll probably work, but we don't know how well it will work. I'm just
Yeah.
saying if these things are looking for us, we don't want to send out an entire beacon.
That's true. I could do a lower one and see how it reacts, and then do a bigger one if needed.
Always wait for Grishka to get back before we try it. That way, if you do give away the position, we're not having to wait for that any longer than needs be.
That's true. Does Lifelink say anything about needing to see the person? Because then I could be constantly trying to like reapply the Lifelink. But
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I mean, you have to be able to. Yeah, I think you have to know where they are, see them. So on and so
yeah,
forth.
it doesn't specify, but I guess it also doesn't specify that you don't like. It doesn't say you don't need to either.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, I guess unfortunately, Alarel's suggesting, like, as you're like, I can just do the reaction. Alarel's like, why don't we give them a bit more? You just send out the Archon, see what happens. So, Grishka, as you guys are traveling along and you finally make your way back up to that spot where it, you kind of had like smashed the side, as you're right about where you're getting to that spot there, all of a sudden a glowing light appears up ahead as an orb appears there. And it appears and stops. And the Archon kind of like looks at the two of you. And it gives off a little bit of a glow for a second. And after it glows for a couple of moments, it does unfortunately say, what's your name? Grishka. It does unfortunately say, Grishka, be cautious.
He nods in recognition.
Ilen is looking for you. My time, unfortunately, is gone.
Well, at least you know where it came from.
And that you're okay. So what do you do, Grishka?
All right, so we'll continue.
As you guys get to that little spot, the creature, as you kind of like walk around the bend or whatever, he looks to you and says, shall we continue traveling as we were before?
Shall we? We can't just, walk there like this.
Please, no more fall.
Each moment that passes is not felt by you, but that does not change the fact that it draws our enemies closer.
See. Well, hold on.
And you can go ahead and make your wisdom check.
Yeah.
Jake hates these.
I want to get a grip of it as well, obviously.
Yeah, you got him like by the shoulder or whatever.
No, by the
Yeah.
balls.
You're assuming this gift has balls.
Wisdom.
Yep, I am.
Oh,
Definitely by the balls.
No way.
So you go, you put your arm on the shoulder, and you guys will have this like awkward moment where like you're just like standing like very close behind it, and you like have like almost half hugging it from behind, and
I
then
will say,
and then
luckily-
like 10 seconds pass, and it turns and looks at you and says, "I'm having trouble performing."
Yes,
I was
I am.
gonna
Do you
say
have
you
the
said
blue
it
pill?
waited for him
That
last
would
time.
help.
It floods your mind with all sorts of images that will certainly get things started. Why don't you go ahead
That's
and
it. Headphones are off. You're a filthy old man.
why don't you go ahead and roll me your wisdom check again?
Scott's got a lot of experience. Wow.
Perhaps that's not what you're into.
It's images of Scott.
Yeah, that's accurate. It made it worse.
looks back to you again and says, "Are you even trying?"
And you were taunting him.
I said we should have walked.
Just take a 20.
God, that would take 2 minutes of sitting there going,
Yeah, well, it's gonna at this rate anyway.
well, IRL 2 minutes, but in-game moments. He looks at you and says, "Very well then, you've made your choice," and then allows itself to start falling.
God.
Well, I have hold of it.
Well, I mean, you can imagine it says you made your choice, steps forward, but you're welcome to try to grab it. Absolutely.
I
You wanna try to
already
grab
had
it.
hold of its shoulder.
I didn't specifically say, but obviously it would step away if it was just going to free fall.
No.
So,
This is why I said I want hold of it.
well, it
I
wasn't
will
trying
try.
to screw you over. You just go
I
too
will
slow.
try
Yep.
one more time.
Yeah.
And if
Hold on. It'll try to.
I'm no. You're trying to screw me over. It's
Okay,
not working.
if you fail this check, it's going.
I mean, that's.
Why don't you
fair, I
just
guess.
Why don't you just tap your shoes a few times, Grishka? Take you to where you want to go, right?
Oh my
Oh
god! It's
my
got worse
God.
every time.
God.
What is happening?
Oh my god!
Grishka sees it go. He's got hold of it, tries, and eventually just kind of like, time, and then goes.
Oh. I guess I'm walking.
Yeah, I imagine you jog.
Of course.
And so it continues falling, free falling. It's going to come through on the other side. Actually, let me make one more reflex save. But it's a +8, not a +9, because of the you're not
I
getting
hope
it.
it fails this. It'd be pretty funny if it flies up and it just. It fails.
That's hilarious.
Let me at least try to get to a 16.
It's like, oh, you can't even perform, huh?
Okay, at least get to a
And
16.
then you just see it go off and just go.
Oh, isn't the thing if you fail by 5 or more? So you still failed by 5?
No, that's why I got to a 16. I failed by 4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I failed by 4. So it still takes damage, same as before. Which last time that damage was 2d8, I think it was. Is that what we rolled?
It's going to be one of those moments where someone passes you on the street speeding,
3D
and you come back
6.
up to them at
3D6.
lights where they're like pulled over.
It was 3d6. Yeah. All right.
I like the idea of Grishky just jogging past, like, oh, yeah.
What's going on? I think so. Other things being done.
Having trouble performing.
All right. Oh wow. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it with a smile on my face. And takes the.
I just imagine it floating away, and then just halfway down, it just thunk, as it like hits its head on something.
Dude, Tesh's hair was perfect. It was perfect. Oh, God, that was amazing. All right, so yeah, floats away. You guys, as you're down there looking up to wait and see, at one point in time, Ilen, I imagine you'd be like, at this point, the Archon's gone. You can decide whether or not you want to send another one.
No, at this point, I'll talk to the things. I think that's the next step, is to ask these things. Firstly, if they know where the spark is, let me think. So, if they know where the spark is, is there anything else I should ask them about where we are? Do you think?
I mean, ask your first question.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Alaro would excuse himself to go, like, when this thing doesn't come back, but hasn't like come to warn, he'll go and look through through the way we came.
Okay, that's a good idea. I will have this Archon for about a minute. So if you want to,
No, he said when it doesn't come back. That's when he's.
No,
when you're like, unfortunately, it's expired or whatever. That's when he's going to fly up there.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him that I'm going to have this one for about a minute.
Oh, another one.
If he so like if he wants to check while I'm asking questions, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So I basically I'm telling him that there's this thing's here for a minute. So summon another one. I would like to ask these. I'm not sure what they're called, but I would like to ask them if they know where the divine spark of this god is.
You
If
asked
they know it is a god.
the Archon this?
Yes.
Cool. You say, I'm not entirely sure what these things are, but what the divine spark is. The Archon that appears. Oh, wait, how many did you summon? Or is that the minimum to? Oh, it's just the minimum to do the Archon. Okay.
Yeah.
The Lantern Archon. The Lantern
Lantern
Archon,
is 3.
similar kind of like ringing tone voice that was there beforehand. It actually responds saying, these ones will not be able to answer your questions. Unfortunately, they are juvenile.
Okay. So that is interesting. That is good to know.
It is fortunate, however, that juveniles will have to be looked after. There very well may be others about for you to speak to. Cloisters aren't generally very large in number. 32 monks is a typical number you will find amongst them.
Okay, then it's got fairly fast fly speed. I can ask it to look around and see if there's an adult in the room somewhere. In this chamber somewhere.
I can see that there is no monks about. Perhaps you'll have to go somewhere else to find such things. They tend to be more interested in certain energies that can be found, and they can bask in their might. These energies will likely be found, and it kind of like gestures up to a different direction through that tunnel there.
Okay, thank you.
Neil,
in that case,
roll me a perception check. Neil?
I would ask it to scout
Neil?
that out and tell.
Neil, are you
I'd
there?
ask it
Neil?
to-
Bueller. Neil, you don't see it. That's going to be a fun reflex save in a moment. What's up, sir?
I was going to ask it to, with the remaining time, just go as far as you can that way and teleport back if there's a problem.
The way that Neil is currently looking.
No. The way it told us.
Oh,
to go.
yeah, gotcha. Where this monk might be. Gotcha. It kind of gives a blink of light and understanding, being Lantern Archon, and then it says, when you encounter a monk, ask to speak to the abbot. Likely the abbot will have more answers. And then we'll start to fly off.
Okay.
Neil, all of a sudden, what appears out of way too close, falling way too fast for you to have be able to safely move out of the way with grace or ease, there is a gith falling towards you. Ah! Why don't you go ahead and roll me a reflex save?
Oh boy.
Boy, am I
What
glad I
if-
reset my spells.
What if? Have I got time for a standard action?
No. This is reactive.
Okay. No shrinking to foes for me.
You would have a time for an immediate action.
Oh, fucking okay.
I'm sorry. I said you didn't have time for ease or grace. I take that back. You gracefully and easily get out of the way of the falling gith.
He
However-
pulls a flash.
And I
like
give him a
everything
slap
goes
on the
slow
bum as he
motion.
goes by, like encouraging him this way.
As the Lantern Archon starts to float away and
I
the
like
room
that.
starts to darken a bit, back to just the luminescent light that's inside here, you look up and you see all of a sudden up by the entrance to the tunnel where Alrel is, immediately around the tunnel, all the lights there starts to flip to red, and they just as a huge wave all around the whole tunnel starts to flip to being only red. And then as like that's happening, like right as it's starting to get to like the latter half of like the latter 2/3 of the the latter third of the tunnel, the bottom 2/3 already changed. Then you see flying through the hole with Alril easily moving out of the way, the Gith moving in, and the lights finish their wave over to we're talking red all around, like you're watching like some sort of like sci-fi movie, and the alarms, all the lights turn off but a red light, because that's the most efficient way to see things in dangerous situations. Just a glow of red everywhere around you.
Red light does
Well-
preserve your night vision, so if that light went out, your night vision wouldn't be as destroyed.
So
A monk's probably coming.
So yeah, they all immediately flip, like like a big wave to red inside the area. And then the thing kind of like slows itself down and will suspend itself in the middle of the chamber, and look about and go, look about the area, kind of like taking it in, and then looks down at you, gives you a nod of understanding, and then immediately will start to fly over to one of the sides, not the one where you currently are landed.
Okay, it's this is gonna get interesting.
What does
Where's,
Aurorum and Ilen do?
Where's Grishka?
Incapable of traveling gracefully or easily. He will be joining us soon. He says, in your mind, as you say that out loud, it makes a connection in your mind. And it's the first time. Well, actually, no, you spoke before. So in your mind, and then it finishes like flying off to the side. Ilen?
Are these things reacting to you or the Gith?
You talking about the creatures about?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It lands on the ground over by one of them. It's now not just like glowing red; it's like pulsing red.
Yeah. These children, but adolescents, juveniles. That's the word. Sorry, juveniles. These are juveniles, but a carer may be on the way now that this has happened.
You see the Gith's mouth opens up. Tentacles start coming out of the thing's mouth. As you can see, just like a little bit of the brain matter itself is like starting to peek like out right outside the mouth, and tentacles coming beyond it. And it lowers its face close to one of these things, and you can see the tentacles starting to reach inside of it. And you can see that as the tentacles reach inside, the light is very quickly being drained. No longer is it pulsing, but it's actually growing dim and then gone.
That was probably a very poor idea.
You say it doesn't respond.
I was able to communicate with these things, or at least with the one that's coming. I would have been able to tell it that you weren't a threat.
It doesn't respond again. You're just speaking to it, but it doesn't have a need to respond because you haven't like asked a question or anything. It'll turn its attention to another one within arm's reach.
Stop it. You might jeopardize our entire mission. And your purpose for being here.
It'll stop for a moment as it closes a hand on one of them and say, "It takes much effort for me to aid you, as I have. I need to restore what I've lost. Excuse me." And then we'll consume a second one.
It also takes much effort to show restraint, something that animals can't do.
He after the second one is consumed, or actually while it's consumed, the second one, it'll speak back in your mind and say, "I understand this restraint."
And fucking use it.
Okay, this is not good.
What do your characters do?
I don't want to start a fight without Grishka, but I also need this thing to stop eating the babies of the thing we're going to ask for help.
Alara will jump over and put a hand on its shoulder.
So you kind of go over and kind of land amongst them. Now that you've actually landed amongst them, you can get a better sight of them, which I will describe for you now before I have it respond to you. As you see this thing, you realize that they're not just attached to the inside of the heart, right? The chambers. It's actually each one of them is attached by a whole bunch of tiny little tendrils into the heart. So it's almost like, if you imagine almost like a squid with a bunch of tentacles, each of them kind of like clinked inside of it. Though the number of tendrils, whatever you want to call them, from the bottom of it, you can't quite tell. The whole thing is actually translucent, kind of like a jellyfish, right? But also, even though its body is kind of like pulled and elongated because of like how it's kind of embedded in itself and trying to be efficient with the space that's inside here, you can actually see there's like a little slit on it too that it seems to be like a little bit of a quiver on like a little bit of slits to the jellyfish. You can only see that slit inside of it because of how much color there is on this otherwise translucent thing. You also see two little tentacles of coming off of near the top of it as well, with eyes. Those eyes are looking at you with a degree of like fear inside them. You can actually see the fear in these two little tentacle eyes that are looking up at you. Kind of like how you have to imagine how slugs have eye stalks, like eye stalks that are looking up at you. Anyways, as you land down and you place like a hand like on the Gith to stop it, it turns its attention to the two of you and says, Do you not consume eggs, caviar, anything like this?
In
It is
this
the same.
realm, I eat nothing.
Which is why your body is frail, and your mind even more so.
We made a deal.
It stops and thinks for a moment. Allow me to consume one more. This will be enough replenishments that I will be fine.
They're children. Look at them. You might not understand emotions, but I can. They're scared. Bleeding. You've done enough.
You can imagine as it stares at you, must be like coming to a decision, whether through calculation or otherwise. And finally, it decides. Sorry. As it's deciding, like several seconds pass, like long, almost infinitely long seconds pass. Eventually, Grishka appears, jogging and out of breath, at the top of the tunnel overhead, looking down into the chamber below. So, Grishka, you're more or less walking along, and from your perspective, looking outward. You see it opens up to a huge chamber with a big drop and rise to your left and to your right, and so on and so forth. And finally, it says, "Fine," in all of your minds. And it takes its hand from the third one that it was going to consume. And you can see the tentacles and a little bit of brain matter sticking out of the mouth kind of recess itself back into the mouth, into the roof of the mouth, and actually the tentacles themselves kind of holding on to like the soft palate or whatever at the top of the mouth kind of like pulls it back into place, and a little glow kind of like heals that area again.
The damage may all be done. We needed to talk to one of the adults of these to find out where we need to go.
It looks to it says, perhaps with so many they won't notice the few missing, and then it'll rise up and go over to lands near you. The red light does not stop. Grishka, you come into a chamber that is very large and glowing red. You unfortunately didn't get the light show.
Yeah. Oh. So, can I make my way to them, or?
Yeah. You can free
Yeah, I
fall.
figured. So Grishka yells out, "Somebody come and get me!"
I would also yell, we need to go that way. And looking now at the intellect devourer, that way is where one of the adults is.
It thinks for a moment. Says, do you know what these things are?
I do not, but I do know that I can communicate with them, and they will not harm things that are good, apparently.
Good.
It's what the Archon said. It instructed them that we are good and we are not going to harm them, and now you've just broken that.
Thinks for a moment and says, you mean allied. Understood. Then have your Archon inform them I am allied as well.
I don't think that's part of the deal myself.
Very well. If there is this much energy to be found in one of the young, should they choose to bring things to a combative state, I will consume a much more potent one instead.
How about you just wait here while we speak to one of the adults?
Looks about the chamber and says, I will wait here.
Wait here and don't consume any of the young.
Doesn't respond.
You saw how they all changed color, right? You can see colors. That's rapid transferal of some form of information. They might not talk, but it seems like they can communicate.
I can come with you or I can wait here.
Can you wait here and restrain yourself? You said you were familiar.
Make your decision. Time is passing.
You two should go ahead. I'll wait here and make sure our ally here doesn't get sucking more eggs.
We need you to fly. This is the problem.
That information could be shared.
You say out loud, "We need you to fly." The creature says, "I was able to restore enough of my energy that I can transfer that again if you would like. I will give you his ability. Though, if I may make a suggestion, I think it would be best given to Grishka.
I was just about to make that suggestion as well.
Give it to the least competent."
I more meant that he's strong, but I guess that works too. I think this is a good idea. I think Drishka and I should go because there is a reason. Keep it from consuming any more. We'll be back.
He walks over. Wherever Alarel was. I imagine actually Alarel kind of jumped and grabbed Grishka and flew Grishka over to the tunnel that's going to matter in the future. Probably flew Grishka over to where everybody else was.
You know what? I'll actually turn to it and say, how about this as incentive? As payment for not consuming any more, I will gift you my knowledge of the Earth plane, all that I saw there.
It says, "We have a great task ahead of us. I cannot spend time consuming that knowledge now."
Okay, well, I will offer it to you later in exchange, if you do not kill any more.
I understand your deal.
Okay.
And then after
No, it said understand, not accept.
I know.
Look, it's probably not worth coming back for me. At
wait,
this rate.
Okay. So, Grishka, shall we attempt to go? Or
So
once
it'll
it
place
does
its
the
hand
transfer?
on Ilen's head. Ilen, you felt not Ilen, sorry.
No,
Alarel.
Grishka.
You've
Alarel.
felt this before. You don't need to make a save if you just want to allow him to do the transference. You're familiar enough with it, you can just allow it to happen.
I'd like to make a save.
Yeah.
I just want to test. Alarel just wants to test himself
Yeah, of course.
to see whether he can resist this thing if he needs to.
Also, it could somewhat burn up some of his energy if he has to do it twice. Ooh, that's good. But is it good enough? You're welcome to luck that if you would like.
No, it's not luck.
You're not going to luck it. You're happy with your 16?
I'm just testing.
Okay, no problem. I want to see if that 16 is good enough. Funny. It depends on the level of the ability as to whether or not that works. Give me 1 second. I have to actually look up the level. Because that might work or it might not. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, oh, I was calling it the wrong name, that's why. It's actually a lower level ability. Feet Leech is a lower level ability. So, it actually, because it's using Feet Leech and then Lend Feet, I think is the name of the other one. So that means, wait, where's my modifier? DC, sir. Was you ready for this one? Because the intelligence score is a 19. The DC is actually exactly 16. Second level power plus intelligence of 19 is a 16. That is exactly what you needed to pass it. Wow, that was beautiful. And then uses the next power to lend the feat to give it over. So stole the feat for himself and then transferred it over to Grishka. Wow, that was luck. That was legit luck. Okay, cool. You transfer the feat over to Grishka and stay behind. Grishka, you now have the ability, same as before. You can grab onto Ilen. Ilen is light compared to you, but his weight is what matters here. So what you can do is kind of like grab onto him, jump, and flip your gravity at the same time, and you can start moving that way. Ilen is welcome to try. He's going to have to flip his gravity anyways to where it is that you guys are going to. Roll me that wisdom check, Ilen. And I imagine you're not doing the free falling thing.
Oof.
That's fine. It just means that it's more difficult. So as he's trying to like bring you up there, it's like a bit of a struggle. And Krishka, you actually kind of understand what was frustrating for the what you call it before, because you're like, I'm trying. It's like something's. It's like you're trying to fall, but there's like a bungee cord like pulling you back as you're trying to like fall, sort of a thing, right? So or as you try to jump, something's like pinning you, like slowing you down. One more check there, Ilen, before we have to go about this a different way.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he's like really making it difficult. And seeing you guys kind of suspended in the air and having a bit of a struggle, the actual Gith will look to the Kitsune and be like, I'll be back. And we'll rise up and kind of grab onto Ilen from behind, like grab him to the scruff almost. And we'll help rise Ilen up to the tunnel. And we'll hold him there until he can spend like whatever amount of time it takes to kind of like anchor himself to the ground. Of course, because enough time has passed, that changes things for how they will transpire. And eventually he kind of, drops back down. In this situation, maybe failure was a good thing. So you guys travel not too far along the tunnel before you're going to have another encounter. When I say not too far along the tunnel, why don't we see how many feet it is along the tunnel? We'll have the next 3 D100s will equal how far it is.
Imagine if they roll 3 ones.
That'd be
to
amazing.
3 feet up the tunnel.
True blue, don't let me down.
Oh shit, guys!
34, okay.
What's going on up there?
28, okay. I get 62 so far, right? Need one more.
Can you tell me once I think we're far enough from this thing's range of perception based on past experiences?
One more
the
moment.
intellect of Aura.
Yep. I'm just waiting for the third D100. Thank you, Joey, for throwing 2 of them. That 62 is 92 feet, and then obviously that chamber was not small. And so its range is only 120 feet. So as it happens on the other side of the chamber, and you guys are walking along, you can kind of like feel it fizzle out. As you can also feel. What's the range of your soul thing?
120. Oh, it's medium range. 120 feet, I think, is what we decided.
The medium range is 100 plus your caster level, which is 200 feet.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Cool.
When after you feel the mind kind of fizzle out, but before you feel like the other ability fizzle out, you guys can have a conversation, and then we'll
as
step
soon as
further.
I feel like that fizzle, I would immediately turn and just say that I think we're past the point of trusting that thing. The Archon seem to believe that these things would be able to help us find the spark, and I think siding with them if they have any form of fighting this thing off might be the best bet.
Well, it had a conversation with me when we got separated from you, seeking information. It asked a lot, gave a medium amount, but not the most important. It exchanged some information with me, and led me to believe that it plans on trying to eat this thing, this divine spark, or either that or take it back to the one it serves. Now, this thing is extremely powerful, and it was going to try and take me out, but it stopped. I don't know why. If we do have to fight this thing, it's going to be one hell of a battle. But I'm pretty sure it's inevitable. Your Archon warned me as well. When it found me, and it.
I'm not surprised they seem to be able to detect it. Hopefully that means they're better at fighting it as well. At least from what we saw with the others. Now, my Archon, when talking about these things, gesturing back towards the things on the wall, those were juveniles. There should be a monk nearby that's likely on its way now, and that I should ask that monk to talk to an abbot, and that is more likely to be able to help us to find the spark in all of this. Now, I don't know. I'm hoping these things have the ability to fight back. I assume the fact that though they knew what this thing is, the second it entered the room. They weren't all red before it entered, by the way. The second it entered that room, they all grew. They all suddenly turned red as if they knew what was happening.
There's no doubt in my mind what we're dealing with is truly evil. It is not.
Watching
not even remotely.
it before you entered the room, it killed 2 of those children. I agree.
Well, it was considering killing me. So, unfortunately, I don't think anything you can offer it will be enough for it to be left alone. I don't know how to defeat it either.
Indeed. Well, let's just try and find this monk quickly,
Yes.
and we continue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you guys say, let's continue. You actually see a glow from up ahead, happening. The glow from up ahead is going to be.
It's DJ Flumph.
It's actually.
I'm glad I have no
It's
idea what
actually
these things
purplish in color. The glow that you see coming from up ahead is actually purplish in color as it's trying to make its way up through the tunnel relatively quickly to come this way. Now, these creatures aren't very large. To be clear, these full-size, full-grown-up ones are small in size. So again, puff away at maximum size.
Okay.
Now, when they move, they don't actually like walk or anything like that. To fully describe the creature for you, there's a whole bunch of tentacles that are beneath the thing, but it actually kind of floats forward. The tentacles kind of like move around almost like wistfully, almost like they're kind of floating inside water, whatever it is, as they move forward. Their heads are almost like what's the word I'm looking for? So a whole bunch of tentacles coming out the bottom. No number to them, it doesn't matter. Almost like a flying saucer for a head. At the top of that flying saucer for a head, there's like a little bit of like a slit that looks like it could easily be a mouth if they have such mouths. And then you also see that there is the little eye stalks I had mentioned beforehand that rise up like a good amount of like a couple feet, a good 1.5 feet or so above the actual saucer with the eyes on them. It's moving along as it's coming down the tunnel. So the previous ones that you would see before are probably tiny sized, right? So the ones that you're seeing coming along kind of like sees you as you see it, and it slows down and comes to a stop as it like looks at you. And again, while it was purple, glowing, coming down the tunnel, the color you see now is like a greenish, reddish color.
Okay. First thing I do before
What
I
does green and
summon
red make?
anything is
Horrific brown.
I was like, it's like almost brown, greenish, reddish. Scott, that's poop.
so the first thing I do before any of this, I go through Positan, Sylvan, and Ignan, just saying, "Do you understand this? Do you understand this? Do you understand this?"
Oh, it's okay. You say in what's the first language you use?
Positan.
So you say something in Positan, and it actually this is the first time you've said that out loud.
I have.
It actually responds.
I know what it is now, at least after the trip on the train revealed it. So I wouldn't know it's called Positan, but I would have an idea of what it is.
So it will respond, touching your mind, and say, "What have you done?"
Okay, there is a creature in the chamber with your children. Currently, we have stopped it from killing any more. Do you have any ability to fight this thing? And given that it's a mind touch, I'll give it an image of the intellect devourer.
This mind touch isn't as clean as the mind touch with the other ones before, the other thing before, because you can imagine its psychic ability is not anywhere near as powerful. So you're actually going to have to make me an intelligence check to kind of like that through.
I can do that. Oh, come on, that was an 18 for so long.
Oh god, that definitely wrong.
Someone clipped Tesh going, "I could do that." And they're rolling a 5.
That was so mean, though. It was like 18. No.
We made this clip of my mate riding his motorcycle going, "I can ride a bike," and then we edited together all of his GoPro footage of him making silly mistakes of falling off, etc., etc. And then at the end, it just says once more, "I can ride a bike."
I want to see that. So back to you. You, sir, you do that. You try to force through the image, and it says, I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay. It devours intellect. It's and I would sort of try and describe brain with tentacles.
You start trying to
took over
describe
another
it, and it
creature.
says, I find all of this information to be truly fascinating. Indeed, I do. However, you're wasting time. The young, they're in danger.
Yep.
And it starts kind of
have-
like floating towards you, as it seems like you are not a danger. It moves at a speed of 20 feet, so you guys can outpace it. So, you know,
this thing is powerful. Do you have any means of combating it?
as it like kind of like moves past you, it says no.
Fuck.
Oh boy, they got good alignment and low in.
Is this thing leading
Where
us
the-
to the abbot or whatever?
No, to your dooms, to face the
It's leading back into the heart.
God devourer.
I would just say to Ilen, we need to go to this abbot. Don't worry about the other thing. Focus on the mission.
It looks back at you and says, in your mind, because it doesn't know what languages you. Oh wait, actually, what language did you say that in?
I said it in Positin.
No, you said it to it in Positin. It spoke back
Oh,
in your
that's
mind.
right,
You spoke
yeah.
back in the mind, but now Grishka's speaking to you. What language is that?
It'll probably be Perrin.
Okay, cool. So when you speak in Perrin, all of a sudden it wheels around back, like the saucer kind of like turns back towards you. So you can see like the eye stalks facing ahead and like that. Actually, no, it wouldn't turn back. You would see on the back side of it, one of the along the edge of the eye of the saucer. So the eye stalks kind of like whoop, just flip around 180 to look at you, and along the edge of the saucer, like by the thinnest point, you can actually see a little flap opens up as like a little mouth starts to speak. It speaks in Perrin actually, and it says, "You've led this thing to her young, and you abandon it. You are not a good person." And
It's not abandoned. There is somebody with it, stopping it.
it continues to float because it didn't have to turn around.
Does your abbot know where the spark of this god is? We wish to help, but we also have a very, very important mission.
I need to see the dangers. It says, continuing to move forward.
Turn to Grishka. Now's the choice. They probably
Talk
won't-
to it about the fucking Archon. They're good. It was its command. I don't know. This thing. He's like, he puts his hand on his head. He's like, this thing is no longer a danger right now.
Who do you say that
The
to?
abbot.
You know what?
I'm talking out loud to Tesh.
Oh,
To Dylan.
yeah, Ilen, that's what I thought. Okay. Just making sure. Don't worry,
Convince it,
Neil.
Dylan.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Make it understand.
Okay. This is me thinking not. This is just whether I want to use another spell slot to summon an Archon again.
You probably don't. Just try and convince it. Probably shouldn't have led with your children are being killed. Probably should have found the abbot first.
To be fair,
Well,
it brought it up.
It
you know,
knew.
And,
Oh, it brought it up.
well,
No,
yeah,
I knew
you
that.
said it. You said it. My apologies, but it was definitely seems to be reacting to it.
Yeah. We wish to help. This thing is not.
Are you
an ally
walking?
to-
Are you walking back towards it because it's continuing, or are you yelling down the tunnel?
Okay, so I'd be walking back towards it, but keeping a very close thing on when we get within range of that thing again.
You wouldn't know unless he reconnects it with you. There's no connection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's again it moves slowly, so it's only just past you at this point. So you can either like call down after the tunnel, or walk with it, or you could just. It's up to you. So what do you say?
The issue is that normal talking with this thing isn't going to. It is an aberration, right? So it's not going to think the same way. All it cares about right now is protecting its young. Does the thing is, I don't want to word this in such a way that it thinks this is like a threat. I'm trying to find a reason to help them because I want to help them, but the mission is the most important thing. And the thing is, expressing it that way, it's not gonna understand that.
So what do you say? Tick tock, motherfucker.
Yeah, you are evil.
It's my job as a DM to be a sadist.
Yes,
So
but it's also what I am, and I'm trying to think of a wording is so very important right now. You fuck.
I think
so
the issue. I think the issue is, Ilen and Tesh are trying to fight against their nature. Their instinct is to just go and help, but you also know that there are great things at stake, and so you're trying to fight against your own nature of instinctively helping.
Tell it. Turn on the charm. Say, hey, why worry about those babies? Let's go make some more. Hey, how about the abbot watches? Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, let's go find the abbot.
Realistically, meta, do you guys have any idea of how I should word this? Because I'm wording is hard, and I'm not. I want to basically say, we can help. We just need to know where the spark is as well.
Hey, imagine that I've got a big stick, right? It's really long, and you're on a raft in front of me in the ocean, and I'm just pushing you out further. You got no paddle, nothing. That's what I'm doing right now. You ain't getting help from me, son.
Oh,
I believe in you, Tesh.
I gotta bring my attention to Neil in a moment, so you make a decision. What are you gonna say or do? 5 IRL minutes for in-game 1 second.
No. Yes, exactly. It is just. This is such an important thing, and I know I'm gonna fuck it up.
It's called flumph paralysis, right?
Look, we want to help. We want to help save your young from this thing. If we can get it to leave, then you don't have to worry about it attacking you or your young. But if we can give a direction, we give it something more, something it wants more, like the spark of this creature of the god that we're in. We can, if you can tell us where it is, we can give it a direction. It'll go after that instead of your young.
It has certainly never stopped to listen to all of that blah 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 as it's happened. So were you walking after it?
yells out, "Where's the abbot?"
Or were you calling after it, Tesh?
I you know what? At this stage, I would be walking with it, okay. And I would be saying that does the abbot know where the spark is? Then we can.
So you said all those words. So hold on a second. You said all those words. It doesn't respond. Like you're just. It's hearing blah 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 because it's nothing pertinent to what's important right now, right? And then finally, Grishka just like I imagine coming to a halt after being annoyed. He's backtracking when he's gotten this far. Says, "Where's the abbot?" It'll just respond and say, "Keep going on your path then," and in Perrin, and continues floating forward.
Okay, I guess we start running. Not like full sprint running, but Ilen would start like proper running up that hallway. Not
Perfect.
Like
hey Neil, as soon as the mental connection broke, as soon as he felt that they were outside of the telepathic range, he turns to you and says, or I should say, it turns to you and says, "It's funny that you should sacrifice so much for people that you don't know. Why would you do such a thing?" I should say creatures that you don't know, referring both to them above and these out here.
I have offspring as well. I like to think that someone would do the same for them.
Is this an action that is defined as noble?
I suppose we'll find out.
You and I both understand there is too much at stake here. There is much that can be had in a very short period of time. I will not allow this opportunity to pass.
You know, if I try and stop you, I probably won't be able to.
You will not.
But if you keep using your powers, well, aren't any more of your kind in this part of the body, are there? I wonder why.
I'm not too concerned about that. I have a endless supply.
Well, I don't think the Gith will be fooled when they arrive.
I'm sure something can be worked out. People like you are always looking to make a deal. And then it starts to move towards you. And you can see it is getting ready for very obvious interaction with you, Neil. Since you were abandoned by your allies.
I would like to grapple it.
Yeah, sure. Well, why don't you go ahead and roll initiative for me real quick?
Fuck.
What page are you guys on? Oh, over here? Okay, cool. Make sure I'm on that same page.
I wish this place wasn't filled with flump farts.
It does smell pretty bad, and nobody was able to help.
It's like, guys, come on! I'm trying to help you! Stop fire! Or maybe if they all fart at once while it's grappled in it.
Just so you know,
It'll overwhelm it.
Flump fart is one of their two primary forms of defense and offense. So you know that's a thing.
There's definitely going to be a scene in this where one of us is holding the other one's head and dragging it through the flump, and they're all going.
Well, I rolled a 19. Yeah. Okay. So it goes first, as you can imagine. And the absolute first thing it's going to do as you go to start reacting is it looks at you and it casts confusion.
Yeah.
It's a will save.
I use my Winifred's wisdom on this.
Ooh.
Come on, Vance! Don't fuck me up!
Oh, that's a 20.
Oh.
That's a 20. So it just is like a wave of psychic energy, and you just kind of like, and you find strength from deep within. So deep within you. I mean, Vance is so deep within you, it gives you that strength that you're able to push back the what had just transpired. You're good. All right. It does that as it does not close the distance. It keeps its distance from you for I'm not entirely sure how far apart your characters were anyways, but let's say 30 feet. Does that sound fair?
Sure.
I mean, I could easily be like 200 feet, but let's say 30 feet.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to be having a conversation at that sort of distance, are you? Really?
No.
Like,
Well,
even 30 feet is like... Yeah, of
Telepath's
course.
120 feet, right? But either way, I imagine you were trying to stay near to it to stop it in case it did anything. So you're prowling about as the kitsune you are. All right, so anyways, all of a sudden it throws out this wave of psychic energy that you're able to kind of like hold back. And it's now your turn as it kind of like circles a little bit. Walking as it walks out away from the kind of cleared area it is, it kind of brushes its hand across the top of a bunch of the different baby flump as it moves along. It's like brushing its hand across the top of the jellies. It's your turn, sir.
You're telling me that this thing is just casually touching kids? You saw what this thing is, chat. If you don't condemn it by giving me an FF, then what are you? I'm just throwing it out there, guys. You condoning this sort of behavior?
Oh my God.
I'd like to attempt a grapple check on it.
Oh God. Okay. It's not in that way. Ignore what Neil said. It's like the whole if you watch a villain in a movie. It's like if you watch a villain in the movie and the villain in the movie just kind of like does one of those like strokes of the fake face of its victim just to like freak out the people around. Bad Neil. Bad Neil. You made me say the word stroke. Bad Neil. This is creepy. You're making it worse. Vance is trying to hype train save the children. All right. So, anyways, oh god. All right. So, anyways,
Think of the children. Right, walk
Neil.
me
By
through,
the
how do I
way,
do a grapple?
you did get another. Oh wait, no. Yes. Wait. You did get another Winifred's Wisdom from Snaga saying, "Kill it, Neil." It is your turn. You want to grapple? That's a CMB.
Okay.
17, unless you choose to modify that in any way. I just gotta look real quick.
I think I'd quite like to luck it if I can.
Oh yeah,
Fucking sickened giving me a -2 on everything. It's the worst.
Why are you sickened?
It
Because
smells. It
smell
smells so
some
bad.
funfa.
He has a. Your character could have gotten
okay,
seconds,
yeah,
but you
gotcha.
came through and left so quickly it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I clicked roll luck, but it says no.
What do you mean it says no?
The button stopped working for me.
Oh, it's weird.
Unless I'm on it.
Can somebody else? Because I'm able to modify to affect things on my side. Does somebody else want to click it for him and see if it works?
Roll luck for me. Go on.
Thank you, Vance,
more with
Norway, Snaga, and
Oh.
V Sword and Vance again.
It's not working for me either.
Okay, let me try it on my side. You know what? Better yet, let me just reset the API
Once more with
because sometimes it
feeling.
just needs to be reset. So give me one moment. All right, let me settings, API scripts,
Once more
restart
with
sandbox.
feeling.
I think chat are a good creature. You see this? Well, I like to think they're hype training to save the children. They're not hype training because of what just happened.
They are hype training to save the children, Neil.
Once more
Hype training to
with
save the
feeling.
children. To be clear. All right. Jesus. Okay. So
Once more with feeling.
how about this? As like a blessing from the gods. Every level of hype train completed gives Neil a cumulative, not cumulative, sorry, a total of a plus modifier to all of his checks. That's what we'll say. Hype train to save the children. So I think we just completed 2. I could be mistaken. And +2 to everything. And Neil, why don't you go ahead, effective after this roll that you just made, right? Because I said it afterwards.
and-
Neil,
maybe
go ahead,
try
try
and
to
roll
luck
this
it.
luck.
Refresh first, then try to
I
roll
did.
it.
I did.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
It worked.
That's
It
good.
worked. Good. So that's a 19 for your CMB. No, sorry, 21 for your CMB. My apologies. You successfully are able to actually rush forward, like dash forward the 30-foot distance, kind of like, one quick jump, altering the gravity enough that, again, it kind of almost pulls you to them. And I imagine the way you kind of like grab onto them, it's one of those, you jump and you just kind of like grab quickly to one arm, kind of sweeping under the other arm it would use to try to like counter you, and kind of like coming up behind to get, one arm kind of pinned back behind it, the other hand try to like grab out and hold the other hand as it's like swinging, trying to react. Why don't you, from like kind of behind, pinning one arm and holding the other one by the wrist, that's unfortunately your turn unless you have a bonus action you can
Once
use on
more
anything.
with feeling.
Level 2 is completed so far, that's what it is.
I don't think so.
If you have no bonus action
Did you
ability,
manage to grapple it?
he
Yeah.
successfully grappled the creature, yes.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
I don't think there's anything else I can really do there, unfortunately. As much as I would like to maybe do something, I don't think there is anything. So yeah, that's my turn.
So yeah, the luckily Scions, grappling them does not slow down their ability to use their abilities.
Unfortunately.
Fortunately, I think I said. So the creature is going to continue to be able to use its abilities without impeding it. Once again, that is unfortunate for you. I'm not going to be able to easily touch attack you though. Even though you're actively touching it, I have to intentionally. touch
Yeah, I think feats are required to go beyond grappling and stuff like that, aren't there?
So I'm going to utilize its turn. It's going to hit you with a different attempt. It's actually going to attempt to daze you. So this is another will save.
Did you say I got another Winifred's Wisdom?
You actually did, and you also have a +2 from the hype train so far.
Okay, I'll use a Winifred's Wisdom.
So you have a +7 to whatever you roll. And you're rolling decent to begin with, which is nice. So that's with a 22. You actually, as it tries to daze you, It does not work. It actually does nothing. That leads it back to your turn again, because that was his action, was to do that.
Once more with
You actually just
feeling.
hit the +3s in anything you do now. Go ahead. Thank you so
Oh
much,
my
Vance and V Sword.
Now I have it grappled.
Once more
What
with
can
feeling.
I progress the grapple in any way, or does that all require feats?
Oh well, no, it doesn't require feats. You can actually attack a creature while you're grappling it. It's even better to do while it's pinned, right? Which is another successful.
You
grapple
can
check.
move to pin it, right?
You can move to pin it as your action if you prefer to do that, and then it's even better to attack it while it's pinned.
Can I attempt to pin it then, please?
Absolutely, that's another CMB against its CMD. You know that you beat it with a
Once
21
more with
last time.
feeling.
You also know that it does not have a low CMD. Ooh, the
I'm
plus
gonna-
3, that's a 22.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's true.
You didn't apply the +3 yet,
Once
did you?
more with
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so because of Hype
Thankfully.
Train, that's a 22, you actually successfully do it. So you actually grab the creature and you actually pin it to the ground. Again, though, pinning does not affect a psionic creature.
Once more
So at
with
this point in
feeling.
time,
Yes.
that doesn't matter. I will say one more note, though. A pinned creature takes sneak attack damage.
That's
So-
important.
That is very important. So I am now going to use another attempt against you to make you useless. I am going to once again try to scramble your mind with confusion. It's the higher DC amongst that and Daze Monster. So I go to try to confuse you again.
Once more with
This is a will
feeling.
save against you again, sir. While Jake just
Is there any noise coming up from this battle?
again, there's not really been much that would cause a noise yet. You literally had somebody jump
he
across
hasn't
the way,
taken
grapple
any
him,
damage.
lie him down. They spoke in their minds for a moment. They're on soft ground. Like there's nothing that would cause noise. There's no yelling.
Yes.
There's no clashing of swords. There's no nothing.
Yeah, I would have thought. Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
The worst
I
part,
would have
so
thought Aurorum
terrified.
might have yelled out, but
I'm so terrified.
ironically,
yeah,
because he's doing
makes sense.
well,
Because he's doing well.
I haven't picked anything off my lifelink yet because he hasn't taken any damage.
You also stepped outside of the range of lifelink as you started
No,
talking
he
too.
hasn't.
So because now,
No,
so
'cause it
remember,
was
Wasn't it
in
200
your
hold on,
Wait.
120 feet,
Okay,
right?
okay.
And then 200 feet, right? And then round one, as soon as you stepped out of the thing, they had a quick little chat. So you imagine you guys moved for one round,
Oh, okay.
and then they started fighting, and he hasn't taken any damage. So now by this point in time, you've already moved to about outside of 200 feet, and then the
Yeah,
flump
fair.
around this point in time is approaching you and starting to speak to you, and you guys are having the conversation with the flump. But now back to you, Neil.
This
Neil,
is really make or break if I fail this will
yeah,
save. I
you really
don't
need
want
this
to.
will save. You have +3 to it, just so you know. You have no more Winifreds. Let me just double check that. Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so you're currently at a 15.
Gotta
Luck
luck it.
You
I
didn't
gotta
get
luck
any
it.
Winifreds.
If,
You have to luck it.
You have
yeah,
to.
I have to luck it. Let's hope I pass it.
Ah, fuck.
There's nothing else giving you any degree of. Oh, actually, you got 8 of the martyr. I don't know if that applies though. By the way,
don't
where are
know.
you? Where are you? Where are you? Where's your character sheet? There you are. I chose a target right here.
+1 morale bonus on attack rolls and saves against fear effects. So no.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one did not apply. So the DC, as it has always been for this, is a 17. So 12 plus 3 is 15 plus 1 is 17. 16.
Only I wasn't sickened.
Yeah.
It's actually the worst.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, but you do have the aid, which is nice. So, it does successfully confuse you, unfortunately. That now that we're at your turn with the confusion in effect, I do not currently have these conditions open. 1 second, I just need to make sure I have too many tabs open. I just need to close them so I can see better. That's for test for something else. Confusion. Here we go. So you ask somebody in chat to roll you a D100, please, sir. And you were given a Winifred's Wisdom in the future. To be clear, Neil, if you call it out, the person in chat that rolls that D100 can modify that roll by, let's see, it's usually a 5% chance. Wait, no, what's 5? What's 5 times 20 divided by 5 is 25% chance. They can modify the result by 25.
I'm committing a good action at the moment, so
Sure.
we'll get Norway to roll. The
Norway can roll
D100.
it, and if you ask, Norway can utilize the Winifred's Wisdom, but you have to say it first.
He's welcome to.
Okay. So-
Because if that's it, that's it. If I'm confused now, that's it.
Okay. Norway, roll that D100 for him. Roll low or high.
confused.
So at
Who's
least,
the worst?
at least, your hype train was able to complete with a level 3 for you, which is nice. That's awesome.
A 35. What can he adjust it by?
He can justify up to 25 because that's what a plus 5 on a d20 is a 25, right? So 25, he reduces it by 25, bringing it to 25 or less, meaning you act normally on this turn.
Oh, I hate confusion so much.
It's real bad.
Okay. Well then, Alarel has it pinned, right? He's gonna shank it in the back
Yes.
repeatedly.
Now hold on. Pathfinder pinned attack.
Gives it a -4 to its AC, I think.
It also does not have its dexterity.
Oh, is it denied its dex?
Almost positive. Pinned. A pinned creature, blah, 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 is denied dexterity, but its dexterity bonus, a pinned creature takes an additional -4 to its AC. So it's denied its dex and the -4 to its AC. If a pinned creature is limited to actions to take a pinned creature, you can always attempt to free itself with the escape artist check. Casting spells and spell abilities requires concentration, but psionic abilities do not. It's a more severe version of grappled. Cool. All right, so you don't even have to, unlike casting spells while pinned. So I don't think, have to actually make a grapple check to attack a pinned creature. A grapple, you have to make a check to attack it. Pinned creatures, you do not. You can just attack them.
So I have to just make an attack check.
Correct.
And
Is that a coup de grace?
No, it is not a coup de grace. It's not helpless. And it's not being pinned by another creature. It's being pinned by him.
Okay.
Oh! Do you see what Snaga said?
No. What? Oh, do you have acceleration form? Yeah, I don't have that.
Oh, too bad. Okay. Oh, I saw your response. I'm sorry. I didn't see what you said.
I was like, well, what are you on about?
What are you doing?
Let's just chat. I wish I had a poison right now. A really powerful poison.
Unfortunately, you don't. What are you doing?
I mean, I'm stabbing it probably in the back of the head. Let's go. So I'm pinning it, so I can only attack once.
You get your one attack, yes. Standard action attack.
+1 to hit.
All right. 24 is definitely going to be a... sorry, no, that's a 27. Is definitely going to be a hit.
Okay, and that. And sneak attack.
23 points of damage is not a small amount of damage. Describe your attack.
Alarel saw what it was doing. It was how it was eating those things that it came down from. So his Wazakashi is glancing off the base of the skull, attempting to behead the creature.
Yep.
If he can disconnect it, there's no way it can hide.
Okay. So you're like
He's-
smashing your sword against the skull sort of a thing, trying to hurt the thing. Awesome. That was your turn. You're able to act normally this turn. Kudos to you for that one.
It's going to take a point of strength damage.
Perfect.
I'm going to drain it of its strength until it cannot breathe.
Its mouth opens. The roof of the mouth rips down, and the gray matter and the tentacles start coming out as it then reaches out and tries to touch you with one of its tentacles. Because you're attacking the husk, or if you will, the the mech, but not the warrior within.
The meat mech.
Yeah.
The meat mech. That is such a terrible term.
It's actually what the ladies called me in high school. Meat mech. Oh, man. That's so gross.
I've heard it said before. We are all brains riding in a wet skeleton in a meat mech.
Wow.
But the question is, does your consciousness come from your brain, or the symbiosis with your brain, the what is it, the gut biome that we have, like all the symbiotic creatures that live within us, and the various
And
other
thus
things
is
that
the
our nervous system
entire
does.
genre of cyberpunk.
No, just saying. We ain't just one tissue, flab of tissue. All right, continuing. So it is going to then try to touch you, sir. When it thinks about you, it's... Oh, no, not that. Plus, what's its touch? What's its touch?
My touch right now, I think
you,
it's 20.
it's-
Oh.
It takes because the rest of it's grappled, so it does have full maneuverability. It has a -2 to this, so it's going to try to touch you with this.
I'm just gonna quickly be right back.
Oh, Anno, if you're just showing up, you missed a lot. Like Anno, Anno, I just want to say seriously, don't pop in now. Watch from the beginning. This is like a lot to kind of jump into, and it might like ruin the moment for you. Do you, but by suggestion, start from the beginning, and enjoy the jokes. So yeah, it definitely touches you. As the creature reaches out with its tentacle and touches you, it's going to do. Oh, will save.
Will save. Oh boy. Can it attack while pinned freely, or is this simply because
This is
it's
the brain.
a separate? Yeah.
Yep.
Will save again. I got another Winifred's Wisdom, right?
You did and did not use it, correct?
Or was that used by Norway?
Oh, it was used by Norway. Thank you for your
Yeah.
honesty.
My bad. Right. We'll save.
Okay. So your will save is 13. Do you want to modify that 13?
I don't think I can save that, can I?
You don't know.
Unless it's DC 17.
If it's 17 or less, you can. So it's at a 15?
Yeah.
The DC for this particular one was a 16, so you unfortunately failed. You take full damage instead of half damage. Just waiting for the dice to trigger. You take full damage on this one. Inflict serious wounds does that much damage to you as you fail the will save. So,
Does Aurorum cry out at all from the pain?
You guys, again, yeah, you know what? At this point in time, he cries out, and it's at the same time you say, "Where is the abbot?" So you don't hear it because you are choosing to not be a good guy.
Oh, no, I'm pretty perceptive.
Yeah, but you were yelling, so it's hard to hear anything. You know, it's right as you yell, "Where is the abbot?" So,
Where is he?
where was Rachel?
Oh.
So, unfortunately, you made your bed. You get a lie in it, Jake. And now it's your turn, Alrel. I need you to...
I'm still confused.
Why don't we have Anno roll a D100 since he happens to be here? Oh, no, Anno just left. My apologies. Let Snaga do it. Give Snaga a chance.
Come on, Snugger.
Oh, Anno is here. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Okay, 87.
That's good.
Oh, 87. Attack the nearest creature. Well, there's no
That's
nearer
good.
than a pinned creature.
That's good. That's good. We'll take that.
Yep.
Blah.
How many rounds is this for, the confusion?
A long time.
It's horrific. It's the worst.
Yeah. It's a long time.
Does that hit? Oh no, because I got a plus whatever from the
3. That's a 24.
Yeah. Okay. As well.
So I imagine as the brain reveals itself, you're like, oh, stab the brain.
Oh.
All right, 28.
And that's another point of strength damage.
Reminder,
Wait,
though,
that-
these
wait, is it
creatures
small
don't
enough?
take a lot of damage from regular attacks.
That's fine. I just need to kill it by reducing its strength to 0.
Yeah, luckily for you. This is the first time you hit the brain. The first time the brain takes strength damage.
Yeah.
So it takes. Hold on. I know. I already told you DR10, right? So it takes 14 points of damage, which is a lot, and 1 point of strength damage, right?
No, it takes more than 14, doesn't it? Because it's got the
Minus
the
10.
4 from the standard damage.
Oh, sorry, I'm at
Or
18.
is that-
I'm
they-
so sorry. It's 18.
Oh, they said okay, cool.
You are
I wasn't-
100%. It is 18. Okay. So that is. I'll take away four more health points. Thank you, sir. I'm so sorry about that. And now it is the creature's turn. The creature is again going to try to take a touch attack against you with a -2. The dice are just dragging. Sorry, everybody. I say the words and then.
It just
We
makes
wait.
me fearful.
All right, there you go.
God.
Is it against my touch AC?
It is.
It's
Thank-
close. It's a shame.
I know. And I'm gonna roll the same exact damage as last time. You make me a will save, sir.
Oh my god.
Ow.
I'm waiting for it to trigger. I'm sorry.
I'm already triggered. Don't you worry. 25 points of damage. Jesus.
Poor Elrel trying to be the good puppy. And then Elrel, it's your turn. I need that D100. Joey, you get your chance now.
That's so much damage.
Yeah, you never want to 1v1 an Intellect Devourer. Oh, he said no. I refuse. Okay. The
Well,
next
technically,
person.
no roll is a 0. So I'm going to be the bad. I believe in you, Snugger. You can do this, buddy.
Next person to roll a D100, please.
No, it's Snugger. You've got this. I believe in you.
Oh.
Come on, you can do it. Believe in the you that I believe in.
It's a
Yeah,
nice
go
RPG.
for it. Go for it, Snugger. You got this.
XSS is like,
See?
oh, Snaga! Beautiful, gorgeous. Thank you, Snaga.
Someone clip that reaction because we all reacted
And
instantly.
we all went
It's a 5. That's awesome. Oh my god. That means you act normally. Good job, Joey.
Oh.
The pressure's off. We'll give it to somebody else next. You, sir, may act normally on your turn.
I probably need to drink a potion of cure critical wounds. Huh?
That's going to be difficult to do while you're pinning the creature.
Unfortunately, as a fox, my tail isn't prehensile.
Unfortunately, it is not prehensile, no.
Oh, it's at this point that worm thing sees what's going on, contacts Ilen,
Hold
and
on.
lets us know. Thanks.
Hold on. I'll get to the flump in a moment.
Right. Well, I am going to.
Yeah, I really banked on the wrong creatures here.
So I can.
I love flump.
I can only make one attack right now.
Correct.
Is
Standard
that
action attack.
what am I using to pin? Am I using an action to pin
Like
like,
an
a move
arm,
action?
you're pinning it down with an arm and attacking with your standard action
But
attack.
can I not just repeatedly?
No, because you're maintaining
Okay.
the pin.
Okay, so
Which
I
is
was
allowing
asking
you to get the...
because I can't use I can't make an additional attack with key, unfortunately, without it being a full attack.
Correct. And you can standard action drink your potion if you'd like, but you have to put your sword down to get the potion.
Hmm. Let's. How much is cure critical?
The exact opposite of the damage that you're taking.
Okay, so it's only going to give me one round.
Oh wait, no,
potentially.
critical's better. Critical's 4d8s plus caster level. My apologies.
Okay,
I'm doing
so-
serious wounds. Cough, cough at will. Cough, cough.
I was nearly like, I can ping mine for you. Then I forgot mine's like boosted a ton.
Oh,
Come on, Neil.
okay.
Make a decision.
All right, I'll stab him again.
Fuck. I'm sorry,
Just
Neil.
roll natty 20.
I rolled a 91.
The 19 landed first. I thought it was the other way around.
That
I
was
was like,
so
I
mean.
thought it was a 1919.
brutal.
Oh, no, God. I hate how Pathfinder automatically has to roll both dice because there's no if then.
I saw the 19 and was like, oh shit, yeah, and then it's like, nah, fam.
The lack of
Should've-
if
should've
then
drank.
hurts. Oh, that hurts so much. Oh. Unfortunately, that does not work. That does not hit. It's now the creature's
Does this
turn.
thing get tricked by mirror image, do you think? Probably not, because it can detect.
It's going to touch you, but at the same time, you're going to see. Gotta wait for that to appear.
Oh, fuck. Again with the 13.
That doesn't. Oh, no, it does, because touch, you see. Fuck.
So anyways, I'm just going to use this for the image for the creature coming in. They have a initiative of +3. Again, as always,
Unfortunately-
waiting for the dice to trigger. For some reason, roll 20 is just like, I'm gonna not work right now. And its first round of combat, it does nothing. So it has no action. It just starts floating over towards you very slowly. Very,
Yeah.
very appropriately flump. Oh my god. Oh my god, I rolled a natty 1. Oh my god.
I was real. I did this like.
There
I
was
guess
just a glimmer of hope, wasn't there, right at the beginning?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good that I didn't meta, but like I had no idea what these things were. I'm like, I'm gonna go find the adult. The adult's gonna come help us fight. I had no idea that flops were like the most useless thing in existence.
They're not, but they're not combative. You know what I mean? I need somebody to roll me a D100 in chat. First person to roll, anybody, I don't care. Just so we can keep pushing this on. Poor Neil.
It was so close. If I'd have been able to leave some permanent strength damage.
I didn't do the damage to you. Sorry, I was 3D 8 plus 8. Oh, we'll save Neil. We'll save. While we're waiting for somebody to roll that D100. You know the DC 16, so that's actually a 16. You know you succeeded. You take half.
Yeah.
You take 10 points of damage.
Thank.
Yep. You actually take 10 points of damage, which is beautiful. So
Yeah,
you
it's
in
slow.
theory, you can survive one more attack. It's now your turn. I was still waiting for that D100. Nobody did it. So
No one wants to do it.
Oh,
there
there we go.
Viking did it.
Viking did it, but unfortunately,
Uh-oh.
without the ability to modify the 36 down to below a 25, it does nothing whatsoever. Oh, you know what? I'll allow them to use a luck die, and the luck die will modify it by. We can't go by too much. Let's say it's supposed to be what? Let's say 3 times D4. Wait, does that even help? 3 times the maximum is at 12. Yeah, you can do 3 times a D4. Neil, click D4 if you want to look it.
So it needs 4.
What's I want to look at? We're out.
Wow!
Oh, I actually thought you had luck because I've been triggering them. in there
Wow,
for time.
Scott!
No, I thought you had luck.
Did you see that cruelty from Scott there?
Hold on. Eight of the Martyr had 2 lucks come in afterwards. Before Eight of the Martyr, there was 0. I pinged one in, and you used
a lot
it.
of lux.
No, you have one more. It just was never pinged in because of the delay before I reset it. That's why. So you actually did have 1 because 2 came in. 1 from Norway and 1 from Norway. So you actually did have a luck. You can ping it now.
I did.
You did. Definitively did. I'm not cheating. Why would I do that? It's funnier if I don't. Hey! 3 times 4 is 12. 36 take away 12 is 24. Act normally. Your turn, Neil. It is now Norway, yes.
I guess I'll try and stack, because the least I can do is try and kill this thing's strength.
Yep.
I know it's not a useful stat, but if I like cripple it, it's over encumbered.
Go ahead, sir.
That's
a
good
hit.
enough.
Roll your damage. Unfortunately, you've only hit it once so far. The actual brain once so far.
Yeah. 19 damage, and again a point of strength damage.
Which is actually important, though it doesn't use its strength score, of course. All right, cool. It's the flump is now is flubbing its way along. Now it's the creature's turn. You can just hope I roll a natty 1. As it says
I'm
in your
calling it. Call it, Tesh. Call it.
As it says in your
91.
mind. As it says in your mind. I hope you understand the inevitable is coming. Your time is almost through. You're at 25 health, not 35. I don't think you adjusted after the last attack.
I took it off Raerin.
Ah, that's why. He says, I hope you feel the inevitable is coming. It's too bad.
91.
Hold on.
Doesn't hit. Doesn't hit.
A 16 doesn't touch your touch AC?
No. 21.
No, you should have told him.
I'll remember that 21 for the future.
Damn it.
All right, I need that. I need a D100 in chat, please. D100 in chat, please. We're gonna make Jake roll it next time. Jake, get ready. Next time it's his turn. You're rolling the D100.
Oh
No,
no.
I'm not.
What? It worked out, Joe. It worked out for Joe.
He's killed Orsk. He's gonna kill Aaron. I can't.
We need to get through this so we can actually get to the back to the other 2 PCs that's happening with them.
The
So get on.
meat of the matter.
The meat of the matter.
Come on, someone needs to roll it. You can do it. Don't let Scott scare you. You know, it's like the intellect devourer said. It's inevitable. You know.
Hey! They were taking way too long. So everybody's too scared. Nobody wants to take the initiative. So I took the initiative.
Does that attack the nearest creature?
That is attacking the nearest creature.
Oh, go again. Kill it,
That's good.
please.
That's good.
Come on, give me the crit.
Crit. Oh.
It's not a crit, but it is.
It's a 23.
23.
Which is a pretty good hit.
And it's pinned,
Okay.
so its AC is reduced, I would assume.
Yeah, that's true. -1.
And it's still sneak attack, right?
You guys have known the entire time that a 21 is hit. So. That's a garbage roll, sir.
It is a garbage roll, but it's 10 damage, and it's another strength point. So
Correct.
that's 3 on it now, I think.
And you are correct there as well. It says, "You are harming me, but this is nothing that can't be repaired." And the flump, because they have a slow speed, moves double speed. Actually, it has fly perfect maneuverability at this point in time because it has its whole turn. It can run, allowing it to move 100 feet, meaning it closes the gap between you and the creature aiding you. So
It's gonna get this.
now it
It's
is.
just gonna tentacle out to it, just because. You know, Raerin dissolving. That's what's about to happen to this.
You, it's nervous. It's Mathis. It just gets nervous and farts. All right, sir. It's the creature's turn. It's going to attack you.
It misses. It misses. It still misses.
And confusion's finished.
I'm out of,
Wait a
I'm
wait.
out of chat. I'm out of Daddy's dice. If I need,
0 dice.
chat. I'm out of Daddy's dice.
Please do not give him any, please.
Think of the children. Think about what he said earlier.
Actually, confusion lasts for 8 rounds, and it has been with confusion on him. It has been 6 rounds. So this upcoming one is round number 7.
It's
So, Alorel, hopefully somebody can help us out. Roll a d20 roll, people. Let's go. A d100 roll. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get this on, or I'm gonna have to end the stream and we won't get to see what happens. I don't have work today, but I do got a kid.
Yeah.
All right,
Hit
there
it
we go.
again!
Oh, Viking.
Fucking kill
Viking,
this
you are
thing.
off. You don't have to roll anywhere again, Viking. You got it. You got it. Only one more round of confusion. Come on.
Come on!
Come on.
That's
Oh,
another
too late,
attack.
too late, too late. The jacket, we're not holding it for next time. But we'll lock and load that. You can roll next time if you'd like. All right, so
right.
Neil, it's your turn.
Give me the crit. I need to double the strength damage I'm dealing.
Oh, 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 oh.
That's the
Hang on,
crit.
is that?
That is.
It doesn't
that is-
double precision, unfortunately.
Okay.
So all in all, it's
Oh, you did less damage with the critical. You did less damage with the critical.
brutal.
Oh
What the hell?
And I crit him for less damage than the. God, this API sucks. Roll20's Pathfinder sucks.
It's 21 and 2 strength damage.
It's so bad. It's done so poorly. Go Roll20, fix your shit, man. You got crumbs on your face. Come on, wipe them off. It's so
It's
painful.
so funny.
I mean, come on, Roll20. How many millions of dollars? Oh God. Come on. You just need 2 coders a month to fix this problem. Like, come on, that's barely even a salary. Ugh.
That's
So-
pretty funny.
21 minus 10 is 11 points of damage, which is not something to scoff at.
And 2 strength. That's the important bit.
And 2 strength is actually, that's 5 points of strength total. That's rather huge. I will, now it's the Flump's turn. The Flump is actually there. It's attacking the pinned creature as well, which means it's denied this, that, and the other thing.
Oh my god, is it going to coup de grace?
The Flump, with one of its little tentacles, it's actually going to attempt to. It can coup de grace. It's pinned, right? It's going to.
Nice.
It's an automatic hit. It has to confirm. /R
God.
1D 20
It's got poison.
plus.
Confirm it. Come on,
5.
confirm it.
Are you ready?
I can't believe the flump.
Is it farting on it? Is it giving it sickened?
What does
Can I
pinned
lock-
reduce?
Can we lock
the...
it?
Can
Can we
we
lock
lock
it?
it?
Wait.
Can we lock it?
Go ahead.
Pinned
Click lock.
reduces-
See if you have one.
Pinned reduces the thing.
The AC by 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it reduces
Oh,
the AC by 4.
oh.
It's also
That'll
super.
hit.
It's also super small size compared to what it usually is, so it increases its AC.
I mean, fucking just do it anyway.
Lock
Yeah,
it, yeah.
lock it anyway. Yep.
Just so you know, you didn't have that luck, but while you guys were talking about the AC,
Oh,
V
really?
Sword Dancer, and you have to understand, I clicked the button, it said one remaining, literally a tenth of a second later on. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking 100 milliseconds later, yours popped up, like, just barely. Good job, V. Good job, me.
Thank you.
The flump comes in and coup de grace this thing, which means automatically it does double damage. Let's get into what kind of damage a flump does.
Damage does it do?
Is it going to be like my crit on my basic damage? Like 4 crit
Probably.
damage?
So it does double this damage, to be clear. So it does that double damage. It does this. 6 points of damage.
So it does nothing?
Wait.
Um,
So that's 12.
Does
So
it bypass DR?
no, that's 12. So it has done 2 damage so far.
Oh, it's double that.
2
Oh, okay.
damage.
Hells yeah.
no, that
down.
was
Oh, yeah, that was doubled.
Oh.
that was the double damage. The important thing though is not regular physical damage; it's actually acid damage. So it's not slashing, piercing, or anything like that. It's actually acid damage. So this actually cuts
Don't
through
do
that.
acid, kids. It affects your brain.
Wow. So it does coup de grace. It automatically hits and scores a critical hit damage. It has to survive a fortitude save DC 10 plus damage dealt or die. So I
Can
actually
you
have to
imagine
make
if it fails it?
I have to make a
and the
DC
What is it?
16. I have to make a DC 16 fortitude save or die. So 1d4
Yeah, fail it, please.
and another, so it deals 1d4 acid damage immediately and another. Okay, cool. So I have to make a fortitude save. What's my modifier with the intellect devour? It is a
fucking.
Does it work off strength? I've crippled its strength.
It works after con. Is everybody ready for this?
Roll a 1.
Can you imagine? Can you even imagine if this lump just comes out just dead?
I don't want to press enter. But here we go.
Oh my god!
No fucking way. No fucking way.
Never mind. I banked on the right fucking creatures, chat. I banked on the right fucking
Wow.
creatures.
Well, that is something.
Oh my god!
Ilen's intuition paid off. This is just no way.
A level 10 ninja is saved by a advanced level CR8 intellect devourer, right? By a flump.
Okay, you need to describe it.
Yeah,
We have
can
to
you
have
go
this
ahead and
happen.
describe that kill, please?
This is one of the greatest moments, I think, in the whole of.
Oh my god, this is fucking amazing.
Everything.
Oh my god.
What
That
happens when
fight
you,
was the most intense fight in existence.
Yeah, I know.
And then the
I
flump
was
just comes and goes,
sweating so much. I was like, chat, please, chat.
I can't believe Alaral survived. So
Now, honestly, I was expecting to die,
the
but
flump
die
goes
doing
up.
damage.
The flump goes up, and as it's going up, as it floats down there, you can see it goes from like this like purplish color to as it gets closer and closer, it goes brighter and brighter, brighter red, and then as it like approaches the thing, it stops and continues floating there. You've heard what they look like, right? As it continues floating there, so you're not really seeing much. You're seeing like almost like a disc and a whole bunch of like tentacles coming down. And you're like, because you have no idea what the hell that thing is, right? You can assume it's one of the bigger ones, but you just see tentacles dropping down from a. You're thinking you're about to be in some sort of anime, right? And then all of a sudden, the thing goes from glowing like this bright red to it turns like crimson in color, and then it just jabs right into the brain with a little, almost like a little green squirt coming out of it. Jabs right into the brain, and you can see that crimson just kind of like in one big almost convulsion from the top of the thing all the way down. It like convulses down as it injects that crimson color, returning it back to its deep red color. Injects this crimson color, almost like an inky material. Alter the color, inky material got pumped into the brain, and the brain itself is just sitting there, and it's like clawing at your mind, and it's getting ready to do its next attack. You can like feel the psionic energy starting to build up, and then all of a sudden, you can just start seeing this like almost inky, so almost like a I say green squirt. I'm sorry, my crimson squirt. You almost start to see eeping blackish reddish material starting to come out of the different portions of the brain. The area we always saw the light show and everything we talked about beforehand, going along the paths of the grooves of the actual brain, you can see those start to get gunked up, and they're going a little bit slower and slower. And eventually the thing, its tentacles reaching out at you and kind of touching at you, almost start clawing at you like they're trying, like they're begging. You know, almost like a Mufasa to Scar, right? Like,
Oh, God.
right? Begging like to pull itself out, to give itself a moment. And then I imagine like as it's kind of like filled there, the tentacles just one at a time fall, kind of like flopping short with one last one, just kind of like clung onto a part of you, just like stuck there from the natural hooks that are on it, just unable to just release from the lack of like tension. And the flump says aloud to your mind, I certainly hope you're a good bit better than your friends. They are not good.
They need help. You can help them, right? Just need a minute.
It'll go over, and with its tentacle, it'll unhook the other tentacle from you, so that you're kind of released. And it says, what is your name? And say it's in your mind.
Thanks. What's your name? I guess. Alirel will now, like, once he's sure the thing has stopped moving, like he keeps it pinned for longer than like. Okay, it's still dead. It's definitely dead, and then he will go for the potion.
Yep. So once you kind of like lie back amongst the other baby flumps in the area, you say, "What's your name?" Kind of like back in your head to it. But actually, when you say that, you realize the connection's been broken. It started flying across the chamber, and its telepathic ability is much shorter range than the telepathic ability of the creature that just died. So, because these aren't anywhere near as powerful psychically, right? So, telepathically, so it flies across the chamber to go check out the two that had unfortunately gone dark, and it's kind of like dealing with those two. So I heard you say Alirel, and then you asked like, "What's your name?" But the connection had been broken, and you're lying there, and you pop the thing, and you drink the potion, and the flump is just kind of handling the situation as it switches over to its from its hard red color, it turns into a purple, and then turns down to a blue, into a very, very, very somber blue color, one that starts to emanate from it out amongst the other young, down to a somber blue color that fills up the whole chamber. Back to the other two who made their decision. They turn and start running up the chamber as quickly as they can to get to where they need to go. Obviously, Grishka has the ability to kind of like, hold on to Ilen and do like a step jump for like long travels. You get into the area, this is going up to the brain, right? These veins and arteries are significantly larger than before. You don't want to deal with the valves, right? Because both are going to go straight to the brain. You don't want to deal with the valves, so you're taking, I think actually, this is the, so this you're taking the artery. Because veins have flaps, arteries do not, I believe, right? So you're taking the artery up to the brain, so you can actually travel at a much larger area. The carotid artery is much thicker than most other throughout the body, and so you can travel with much more open space, allowing you to very rapidly travel your way there. You continue traveling all the way up the neckline and whatnot. However, as you guys are doing so, go ahead and make me a will save and then an intelligence check, please.
Oh no, I did will wisdom, not will.
He said will. He said would, didn't he?
I said I said will save.
You said will, yeah.
Will save and then
intelligence
intelligence check. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I did it wrong. I did wisdom instead of will. So I rated it, and there's where my other rolls went, apparently.
Sometimes it pays to Eric. So we just need the other intelligence. Okay, cool. So it's actually both of you guys are able to resist the whatever the detection of those that are above head. But actually, Ilen, you were able to kind of like, as you're being carried along, you could almost be like shh for a second, as you guys kind of like slow down for a second, stop. You can actually feel the psychic probing, like something is down here looking for the minds of creatures down here. So you actually, as you're traveling along the carotid artery, as we said, which is much closer to the surface of the flesh of this god, right? That means range is much shorter for these kind of abilities. You can actually feel it actively probing, but both of you were able to resist this probing, kind of like keep it at bay, somewhat shielded by the actual divine, meaning it's not immediately penetrative, right? You can kind of like, that's making it so you guys can resist it. But you feel that they're actively, almost like tendrils in your minds, trying to find you. What do you say?
Something's looking for us. I can feel it. Can you? Did you feel it?
I did.
I should be. Hopefully that means we resisted it. I think it did. It does at least.
Listen, we have to make a decision. When we find out where this is, what do we do? Do we just continue on or do we go back?
Let's keep moving. As he's sort of like essentially saying, let's keep going while he's like, he knows what the decision is, but he doesn't want to make it.
Just your understanding, he says, remember, these things are searching for us. The captain, she gave us something to escape detection.
That's right. How long does the mind shields
A decent amount of
A
time.
couple of hours.
Yeah, I believe so.
Crystal of non-detection, yeah.
Non-detection, not undetection. I wrote undetection because I'm a derp. Okay. Then now is probably a good time to use these. And I'm gonna crush mine in my hand. And hope that.
So it's escape detection, right?
I think it is escape detection.
That's what I have written down.
I have non-detection, so we all have something different. We have undetection, non-detection, escape detection.
It's actually called escape detection, to be clear. I just looked it up. It lasts 1 hour per level of the caster, so it lasts for a considerable amount of time.
Yeah. Pardon me. Yeah. To explain more about what was Ilen was saying is, he was essentially saying, we keep going and we go to where we need to go, but he didn't want to say it because.
Yeah, I got what you meant.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
In and out of
for
character.
benefit. Yeah.
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 Okay. So you guys quickly grab these crystals and you kind of like you take them and you just like shatter them into your hand. You feel the release of psychic energy into like through your hand or whatever it is into your body, and you can feel like your minds and everything become more shielded. The native shielding that comes from the dead god that you're within, as well as the shielding of this power, will most likely protect you from any detection that's going to transpire. Right. So now you guys continue pushing along. Any other buffs or anything like that you want to do before we go on? Anything else you want to add to your characters?
I just realized too that we knew that this thing that we were with was also knew where we were. So I just realized that it would break. It wouldn't be able to find us either.
That's fine. You knew where you were going. You were going to the brain.
We didn't know where we were going because we didn't know where we were going.
We didn't know we were going to the brain.
What do you call it?
He saw
Yeah.
the tunnel you went down. I mean, again.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Ilen did say it's this way to the brain, right?
Yeah. I'm
No,
pretty
this
sure.
way to where.
Yeah.
This way to
Either way,
force.
deductive reasoning for a creature with a 23 intelligence. So.
Yeah.
No,
All right,
sorry, 23 dex.
Yeah.
19 intelligence.
If we can use some things, I mean, I will.
Okay.
We should probably get a little closer though.
Well, I'll have you guys get closer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys a second to decide what it is you're going to do. I'm going to go pee real quick and tell my wife and daughter that I'm just going to be a little bit longer. I'll be right back. You guys say what it is that you're putting on your character sheet and just give me the list afterwards, okay?
Yeah, so when we approach, like when we can see the exit, I'll put this and this on you. Both last for 10 minutes.
Let's see. Oh, that'll be good. I'm gonna cast heroism on myself.
Do Shield of Faith on myself. Although, how long does that last?
That's what I mean. I'm looking at
that's the same?
the times because we should. How much is 1 minute
They're-
of shield?
all of those are 10 minutes. So,
Yep.
so the 10-minute ones happen before we go into the room.
didn't mean to click that. Went to hide it. I have none of those spells left. The only one I would do would be heroism for myself. I don't have any other long-lasting things. Oh, and shield of faith I can do.
That'll work. We'll just do those as we go to the entrance.
Yeah.
So let me ping that on my sheet.
I can't believe the first ever coup de grace I witnessed in Pathfinder was done by a flump.
Fucking flump.
That was rather insane.
Me as a character, I'm so as a player, so fucking happy about that because Ilen right now is torn the fuck up about leaving Alorel there, knowing what Alorel meant when he said he'd stay behind.
Yeah, well, I mean, Alorel more or less said to you as well, like, do what you got to do.
It's like it's this thing where like as soon as we were going the way we were going, part of Ilen, the reason why he was so desperately wanting these things to be able to fight back, turns out they can, but he didn't know that.
Turns out we got so fucking lucky.
Yeah, so he wanted them to be able to fight back so that it would give him a reason to go back with them to the room, to then fight alongside these things. But when that thing straight up said that it had no way to fight, no way to defend, it assumed that it was telling the truth. And so at that point, Ilen understood that it likely meant Alorel would die, or at the very least...
I mean, it had a +7 on its fort save. It's quite impressive that it did die.
It is. So there's no reason for Ilen to think that Alorel or the Flumps are alive.
Joey clips what happened with the Flump, which is great, but then pinged everyone in a non-spoiler chat and posted.
Oh no!
Yeah, I seen.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Keegan was on him straight away.
I literally just kicked Otto out, like to be like, don't spoil these moments for you. And he was like, everyone, look at this spoiler.
He was excited.
And he wonders why we tease him for being the person that can't hold a secret.
Okay. So what we're doing is both of us are getting... this is when we see the entrance because they're 10-minute things. Mm-hmm. So Shield of Faith for both of us, and then Bull Strength and Bear's Endurance on on Grishka.
Cool.
Oh, and... oh, no, that's not happening yet. Yeah. So just Shield of Faith on both of us, and then those 2 buffs on him. That's when we see the entrance, or exit, to this tunnel, rather.
Perfect. So as you guys are making your way along, it's around... I said you're traveling up along the throat. The thing about when you're traveling along the throat, I want you guys to make me a perception check.
Okay. It's a 3. It's a 6.
Well, hopefully Jake will as well.
Oh, fucking...
Yeah. So, Jake, you, sir, hear something coming from... As you guys are traveling along, you kind of like at one point in time, you'll stop as well. Your mind's being protected from, I guess, you're like traveling up to the base of the neck. As you just travel along the neck, maybe like a third of the way up, who knows how far. You can't really see, you know how long travel takes, blah, 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 blah. You swear you hear something. So at one point in time, you stop, and you like place your hand against one of the walls of the artery that you're in. Place your ear against it. You definitely hear construction. There's definitely construction being done. There's no doubt in your mind that is what that is. That is the sound of construction. You guys built a nation. You know the sound of construction because you built a nation from a small pile of ruins in the middle of woods. Yeah, that is, yeah. So anyways, I don't know if you say anything about that.
Yeah, he turns to Ilen and he says, I can hear... It sounds like construction. Where's it coming from? Up ahead.
From you don't know, from along like inside, like one of the vein walls. You know you're in the throat area. You know you're in the neck area.
Yeah.
So if you had to guess, either the surface or the throat.
Yeah.
right? It's hard to, you can't really
Yeah.
orient yourself.
Yeah. He says, I can't tell exactly where it is. Be on your guard. We'll have to take it a little more slowly, carefully.
Ilen will just nod.
You guys continue making your way forward.
Can I sift one of the walls, I guess?
Yeah, go ahead, give it a try. Roll very high on your perception. That's all I can say.
Actually, I won't. I won't bother.
Why not?
Because I don't want to be detected by anything.
Aw.
Yeah.
Smart decision, actually, honestly.
So you make your way along the way, continuing up, until eventually you get to the point where the artery itself must be entering into the cranium, the cavity, because you can actually feel like the structure of everything around you just gets different. Everything around here feels different. You can almost feel it's something that you guys would never have been able to perceive had you the time you guys had left. What's that place called? Aurorum, Eroth, and before, you guys would never have been able to perceive this. Hell, even your time in the other planes, you probably would never been able to perceive this. But all of your experiences since you've come to the astral plane have kind of awoken your minds to be slightly more sensitive to things that otherwise couldn't be noticed. So why don't you go ahead and roll me an intelligence check?
Fuck.
Ilen drools, and Grishka drools with him. You guys notice nothing. Nothing changes. You just continue traveling.
Yep.
I love how you gave that whole, like, you wouldn't have noticed this with your experiences on Eroth, but now with all the expansive experience you've had traveling through these different planes and your acclimation to the astral plane, and perhaps even the mind-opening experience of having another's thoughts and skills put in your brain, you both drool at each other.
Okay. So we've are we entering the chamber now?
So yep, you guys are kind of like walking up to an area where the again the artery seems to be actually starting to my goddamn camera. The artery starts to be tightening just a bit and a bit more and a bit more, and then finally starts to, as you get to the area where it finally starts to no, my apologies, continues to tighten a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. And again, this is not usually supposed to be something that has these like valves or flaps or whatever it is, but then eventually get to the point where it's so tight you guys are more or less back in the veins that you were before, and where it gets tight there. However, if you roll me a heal check, please, Ilen.
It appears that this god was experiencing atherosclerosis. Obviously, too much red meat, fat, and smoking.
Well, it's a god. You know, they have to enjoy life and beyond life. So, hello, empath. So you actually able to see that this seems like it is this way artificially this way. It's not something that would naturally happen. So it looks like something may have modified it to be this way, to make it this small, tight opening.
Okay, I would say this we're in an artery, right?
Correct. This is the carotid artery going up to the brain.
This artery would would not normally close up like this. This is natural. Something's made it this way.
Well, I could hear. Do I still hear the sound of construction?
From where you are right now, you can roll a perception check to see if you do. I mean, it's not quiet, but you don't know if it's construction. You just hear vibrations, like there's a lot of movement around this area. Not necessarily on one wall, but on the other wall, you know, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a lot of movement in the area.
What made it small, though? I can hear there's a lot of movement around here. That thing told us the abbot or whatever was this way.
I'm unfortunately getting the feeling that it might not be, that it might have been killed by whatever the Gith are doing. I hope I'm wrong.
Good.
it also could. We don't normally see gods like this large. I mean, it might be. They might be trying to return it to a normal sort of godlike size.
What do we do now?
Only thing we really can do.
Is there a way from, like, the thing kind of gets narrower, right? Does it close up, or
It gets to the
can we
point where
get
it's
through it?
so narrow, you're gonna have to make it. One, if you're wearing armor, good luck, you know. But two, you're gonna have to escape artist your way through there.
Oh fuck.
Of course, you can take 20s, obviously.
I don't really have any spells that can help with this, unfortunately.
Either do I. How long is this part of the artery to where we need to go or whatever?
I mean, you're probably at the very end, but you don't know because you can't see through. You have to squeeze through.
Yep.
Shit. Okay. Yeah, I guess we have to try and squeeze through. I've got a +0, so I mean.
To escape
You're gonna
artist?
you're gonna have to take a 20,
Yeah. Okay, then I think we just have to take it.
unless you have the ability to alter your size or give you freedom of movement or anything like that.
Nope. What? No. Okay. Fuck.
What are you boys doing?
I think we have no choice but to take a 20.
Yeah, we have no choice.
Who goes first?
I'll take it, I guess. There's something I want to do though. When
ahead.
it looks like we're getting to the end, you know what I mean? Actually, it opening up at all. I see any sign of that. You just let me know when that is. I don't want to come out into the open, obviously, right?
When you're squeezed like that, you're not really going to be able to cast spells because you can't do somatic components while you're squeezed like that. We're talking like squeezing through, so you're not going to be able to do somatic components if there's a spell you're trying to cast.
Okay.
Daddies come at the rate of like every 7 minutes or so. They come to, I think, 3 every 7 minutes. If there's a little box that appears and you click it over by Grishka's head, that will drop a bunch to you. That shows up every like 10 minutes or so or something like that for 50% of the viewers. For it's only, and this is not my choice, this is how it's mandated by the thing. For every minimum 100 bits that's dropped, in only increments of 100 bits, it earns 100 daddies, to answer that question. And lastly, gift subs and whatnot. I give like 250. Subs give like 250. Anyways, go ahead, sir.
So, what if I was large size, right? Could I get through it all?
No, medium size, you have to strip off your armor and take a 20.
Yeah, I get it. Because I'm looking at fearsome duplicate, but I don't know whether it's. I don't know. It's an illusion. Like, so could it make its way through, even though it appears large?
I mean, if you're not actually there, that's a different conversation,
Yeah.
right? Like if it's an illusion can do anything, right? It's an illusion.
I'm going to cast that and have it go through.
Sure. So you just, how do you cast a spell?
Oh, you motherfucker! I forgot about fucking spells. Ilen, I can try and scout this out, but there's a chance that they'll detect it and know exactly where we are. The only other thing we have is we just try and get through.
I have an interesting question, Scott.
Go on.
Energy body allows me to pass through allies and enemies and things.
Mm-hmm.
This is technically a creature that we're crawling through.
In theory, a corpse. But
Your energy
Well-
body would set off probably multiple.
Yeah, no, that's
things.
like an emergency. That's like if you go out and and get caught out, then I'd use that to catch up.
Fuck it. I mean, we got nowhere else to go. We go through. Let's just go through.
Yeah, let's go through.
who goes first?
We don't have choices here. Sure, I'll go first.
Okay, so I imagine you strip off your armor, then you spend the 2 minutes to take a 20.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So however long it takes for you to rearm your armor is going to be important too. So you strip off all of your armor. You know, like imagine Ilen assists you to save a bit of time, and then you're like, wish me luck, and you start pushing through to the other side. And so you take that 20 to get the 22 total, I think is what it is for you, and you eventually push through to the other side. And once you're on the other side, there it does open up considerably. It's almost like this was the hole that was supposed to keep people kind of held off at bay. It opens back up to the same, like you can see it opening back up to the same size artery that it was before. So that is there, and I imagine you have Ilen kind of pass through your armor. He like pushes it in. You have to grab it and pull it out, and that alone takes another minute just to pass that through. And then Ilen himself will continue. He will start trying to push himself through. Jane gets 22 total by taking the 20, giving you about half the amount of time I think it takes for you to put your armor on. And when he comes through and catches up with you, he can assist you in putting your armor the rest of the way back on. So several minutes pass. You know what I mean? And eventually, guys, you're back to the other side of this tunnel, and you're both through. And I was like, okay, that's good. And then you continue walking along. Like I said, it opens back up just as quickly as it got smaller. It gets bigger again. And you guys are able to move along. And as you're moving along, unfortunately, there seems to be another one.
Another what?
Narrowing.
Fuck.
This is just annoying as fuck. I hope we're going the right way. That's
Yeah, I mean, we literally just have to do the same thing. Like,
You're in the
we
bowels.
have no options.
Phaedril.
Yeah.
I require your assistance. You're invisible.
You always require a lot.
Well, I haven't asked that much of you. Could
Depends on
you
perspective.
please go through here and tell me what's on the other side?
I could.
Phaedril?
Hmm?
If I make it through this, if we get through this, you will not serve me much longer.
Oh, I know.
You'll get probably some recognition for what you have done, and let's just say I have plans, and you know what I'll need for that.
There's a whole
Can you
lot of
assist me?
talking. You have any idea how much time I've had to spend with you lot? From the moment I was forced to serve, that at least Raerin was fun.
Whoa!
Well,
The sooner
you
you
go
help
through
us, the sooner
have a
you
look?
get to leave.
I don't understand what you're even saying. I see no benefits in any aiding of you here.
Phaedril, will you do this, please?
Roll a persuasion check.
Diplomacy?
Diplomacy. Yeah.
Sure.
Fine. I will. He starts flying. Like he becomes invisible again, and he starts going up to the thing, and starts climbing through it. And then as he's like climbing, because he became visible, sorry, when you were talking. So as he starts to climb through it, he starts to turn invisible, like slowly, like from head to tail, as he's crawling through, being tiny sized. And right as his tail is about to finish turning invisible at the very edge of his tail, all of a sudden you see him like scrambling and coming back out. His invisibility kind of wavering for a second, then completely turning invisible as he scrambles and comes wavering back out. And you guys see like a flump, kind of like flump its way through the tunnel and kind of stops and is like, and you can see that it goes from
You know how much that frightened me for a flump?
Yeah.
Motherfucker!
It goes from being pink colored to being from pink colored to being green, but like a dark green. Like, so it goes to like, and becomes like dark green, and immediately just like starts going back through the tunnel again.
Ilen, quickly.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we are here to speak with your abbot. We're not here to hurt you.
You say that quickly, aloud, of course. Roll a diplomacy check. Ooh, almost at 20. That's fine. 26
Almost
is really
a 20.
good. 26 is still
Almost
obviously
at
very
20.
good. It stops and it looks back and says, "There's evil here. There's evil here. I will not remain where there's evil." And it continues to move away. Do you say anything?
Follow it, Ilen.
Yeah, I'll follow. Yeah. Hey, can you make this easier for me to follow?
I hurt my neck doing that. So yeah, you start pushing your way through again, spending 2 minutes to take a 20. As you are kind of like caught, not full 2 minutes later on, as you are kind of caught coming out the other side, like one arm out and your head's out, but your whole body and whatnot are still stuck inside the thing. You can actually see on the other side there are 3 flumph that are there. Of the 3 flumph that are there, you can see that 2 of them are glowing like a red color, and one of them is growing like a reddish greenish color. So again, like a lighter brown. And so they're looking at you as you're very caught.
Yeah, as soon as like my head's out and I see them, I'll just say, I'm here to speak with the abbot. I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Last we heard anything, there were children that were being harmed, and now you appear.
Hopefully we came for a way to stop whatever is happening. The creature that is down there wants a direction for the spark. That's why we're also here to find the spark before it.
We're not inclined to listen to creatures of like yourself.
Then, as soon as I get my arms out.
Well, one arm, you kind of like trying to wiggle the other one.
Yeah. I can give you someone you can talk to. I'm going to do summon monster to summon the Archon again.
Mm-hmm. So you start casting a spell. As you cast the spell, because it takes a whole
What?
round, all 3 flumps are going to come over and stab you.
Okay.
Because, you're invading their space. So flumps luckily only have a +5 chance to hit. But when you're being squeezed or traveling in a tight space, you have a -4 to your AC. And you obviously don't have dexterity to your AC, kind of like being pinned. What is your flat-footed AC?
Oh, a 20, actually. That's not too bad. My dexterity is only 2.
So -4 is a 16. +5. Again, you're not actively pinned, so this isn't like a coup de grace, to be clear. So two of them are going to hit you with a degree of acid as they're like concerned with you, because you're literally just coming through and just start casting a spell, which is
imagine
not okay.
Attacking someone with your flunts as the DM and having to reassure them that they're not coup de you.
All right, so you take the total of 2d4 damage from these creatures, because what you're doing is rather suspect.
What the max damage?
I need you to make me 2 concentration checks, 1 for each of the attacks that you sustained. Beat and natty 1 is not a skill check. It's a technically speaking concentration. Does concentration auto fail on natty 1? A Pathfinder concentration auto fail nat 1. I actually don't know on that one. Because nat 1s and 20s don't count on skill checks. However, the DM will use them as an auto success fail for fun, as we've previously discussed in other campaigns. It only counts on attack rolls and
Saves.
saving throws. Yeah. See, a natural 20 automatically successful on Constitution to stabilize. Automatically fail a caster level check for like a scroll. Automatic 20 is that's the same thing for combat maneuvers and for use magic device. Beyond that, it does not matter because it's neither it's non-specified. So actually,
Okay, so do I need to luck that or?
well, that's a
is that
16 total. The concentration
I
check
don't
at
actually
DC,
know how concentration works.
I'm
so-
pretty sure it's 10 plus damage dealt, so that's 4 points of damage. So that's actually a
Oh, okay,
success.
so that's fine.
So natty one,
cool.
they can't hurt you. So
Yeah.
you successfully cast your spell. The Lantern Archon appears, but just so you know, because the way Flump's poison works or acid works, the next round you automatically take damage a second time. So
That's
unless
fine.
you
Yeah,
submerge
I'll
yourself
take
in
it.
water, so you take 7 more. Either way, so the Lantern Archon appears, and they see the Lantern Archon appear. What do you say?
We are here trying to find the spark of this god. We mean no harm. There's no intention of harm. We are hoping to help.
You say that, and then the Flumps say, you cast a spell to call a creature. That creature came by your will, not of its own. Why should we trust a creature like you?
To my knowledge, Lantern Archons can only be summoned by good people, right?
Yeah, but there's ways to trick that, of course. Just like anything else, any other rule can be bent or broken.
I would say, to my knowledge, Lantern Archons can only be summoned by good people.
And one of the other Flumps will respond saying, luckily for us, we happen to be quite knowledgeable in a great many things, and we know that things like that can be, that subterfuge can play a part. The Lantern Archon says, typically, again with that ringing kind of like bell tones voice to it, says, typically speaking, creatures such as these would look well upon someone such as yourself, Ilen. However, you have the stink of evil on you. You've recently made a poor decision. I do not blame them for their apprehension.
And I wouldn't either. Is there any way to discern if there's any way to prove that the mission that we're on was divine in nature and of massive importance? And I would be telling this to the Archon, but saying it out loud.
Of course. The Archon says, we must convince them of your character, even if I question your character as we speak. We must convince them of your character, that they are willing to assist you, and hope that they are gracious enough to accept your explanation for whatever it is that you did. I would suggest starting with your honesty.
Okay. There was a creature following us to find the spark. It helped us, and we were apprehensive about working with it. We did not know we did not know where we were going. We were looking for the spark. We headed to the heart, where we found your young. It attacked 2 of them. We stopped it from attacking anymore, and we left someone with it to stop it from attacking anymore. As originally I had sought to find the monks for help, I did not know that they would not be able to help. I asked them if they had any way of combating it. They said no. My next hope was we could find the spark
Ilen, do
before
not
it did
tell
any
me
damage.
that knowing that young were in harm's way, you chose to proceed rather than secure the youth.
I was hoping we could find someone stronger to help us kill this thing. Originally. Now I'm fearful that, as you say, I made a terrible decision.
The martyr would be greatly disappointed in your actions. I can no longer assist you in these matters. And the Archon actually dissipates. One of the flumps says, "Why is it that you're here? Why is it that our young can die? What task is so important?"
To prove that this god is still alive and that the sacrificing of souls doesn't need to happen, that we can stop the entropy.
What is the entropy?
Something that currently the gods fear will consume them all, and they are sacrificing souls to it. We are on a mission from the Arbiter to try and prove that it couldn't actually kill the god, that the god was eternal, and that we can fight back against this thing.
There's a pause, as you can imagine, they're having telepathic communication from one another. You can roll a sense motive, but it's an aberration, so you have a serious penalty to this. I'll just adjust the DC on my side. Are you happy with your 23?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can definitely tell that they're having a conversation to one another, what triggered it and why, and so on and so forth. Obviously, that's kind of lost to you, right? So anyways, you finish saying that, there's like a degree of silence. I don't know if you speak up at all, or obviously you continue to try to force yourself through. We'll say you got your hips through at this point, and you're still working on your legs, which is the easiest part.
Yeah. I think he'd be more focused on that and what the Archon said than focusing on that.
Mm-hmm. So they eventually kind of like, as you finish getting your hips out and you're starting to work on your legs, one of them says, "You keep referencing a god. We know nothing of this god that you keep speaking of."
The Arbiter is the god of the negative plane. He's working with the Martyr, the god of the astral plane, to change the current state of things with regards to the way souls are traded and sacrificed to the entropy.
We know nothing of this entropy either. These are matters that should be discussed with the abbot, but we are unfortunately disgusted with you. I do not think that you are welcome here. You will be spoken of. Wait here. And one of the three flumps will actually flump away. Grishka, enough time has passed, and you're pretty sure he's gotten through, so you can start your own little trek. Eventually, you're going to, I don't know if, Ilen, would you be reaching back to grab his armor?
Probably not, honestly.
Nobody's taking your armor as you're trying to force it through. Doesn't seem like he's going to take it from the other side. You don't know what's going on, obviously, Grishka.
Yeah, I mean, I'd try and call out to Ilen.
Ilen, perception check. You unfortunately can't hear it. That's one thick sphincter.
Arteries that have sphincters. Wow.
It's not really a sphincter. It was artificially created.
Can I put the armor in the haversack?
Yeah.
Oh.
So you just put that in it and you start forcing yourself through. So eventually you get to the point once again, like an arm comes through and your head kind of comes through. And finally you can see like Ilen's just, I imagine, just sitting there looking very, very, very dejected with two red flumps nearby. And they're not doing anything. They're just sitting. He's sitting on the ground and they're floating nearby. Yes, sir.
Scott.
Yeah.
I messaged you.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Right, well,
So your arm and your head stick out.
yeah, well, I'd keep coming through, and then when I did get through, I'd just say, Ilen, are you okay?
No. They're going to talk about what's happening to the
Yes,
abbot.
we are. Thank you.
I fear my choice may have doomed us.
We'll wait to hear what they have to say. I mean, while we're waiting, I'll just put my armor back on, I guess.
Okay, so you finish trying to force your way through. Obviously, as you start coming through, they are, and you start talking to him and all that stuff, they are glowing, blinking red and whatnot. One of the things that they would ask after you're done having a little parlay with one another, it'll say, how many more do you have coming? One of them would say in your mind with a bit of force.
We are the only ones left.
We left a friend to try and stop the intellect devourer from hurting anything else.
You announce what kind of creature it was that fought, because I don't think you said that beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's an intellect devourer, and you can see there's like flashes of patterned lights and whatnot across them as they become very alarmed and they're very upset. And you can just see that they're clearly not very happy at the moment. As much as I would like to finish things up right now, we had spent so much time doing other stuff. We started so damn late. We're going to have to actually do this next week. Now, next week, I'm not in work at my usual noon. Next week, I'm in work at my at 10:30, I think. So that means I have to cut. If we go live at 7, I have to stop at 9:30 a.m. So just because we're going to end next week. So what we'll do.
We'll say this, but then we might not end next week because who knows?
No, definitely will end next week because there's actually not much time left. Just unfortunately, so much had transpired. Doesn't matter. Distractions and started super late. So next week we're definitely ending, and so I'll make the announcement right now, just so we don't have to push this off for forever more. Because next week is supposed to be a week off. This today, and so I guess therefore next week is actually going to be the grand finale of the Kingmaker Planeswalker campaign. Whatever transpires, however it comes to an end. That's actually the true finale of the whole series. Now, while that's very upsetting, because we love these characters, we love this story, we love everything about it, it's been going on for about 2 years real life, right? This is absolutely amazing. I love this crew, so on and so forth. While next week will, of course, be the true grand finale where we finally see the conclusion of it all. Thank you, Neil, for one of the conclusions. That was pretty cool. We finally see the conclusion of it all. I do want to say that does not mean that there isn't going to be a show in this time slot. That doesn't mean that we're done seeing the 4 of us together. Starting after that, we'll probably take a week off, I guess, instead of having next week off. We'll just have to take the week afterwards off. We're going to be starting a new campaign on this channel. Who wants to say the name of the new campaign?
I think you should say it.
Who, me?
Yeah.
We'll be doing Aurorum Inclame. So we're finally going to be starting the Aurorum Inclame. We're going to finally start seeing stuff from the perspective of the Paradel.
The good guys.
The good guys. Not only is to say, oh guys, we're talking about a new campaign. One of the PCs here character is 99.9% done. One of the PCs here, his character is about 88% done. And one of the PC's character is conceptually done, but hasn't actually been put on paper yet. So it's just going to be like a day of hard work to get that completed. So this isn't something that's just like springing up today. This is like, we're almost done putting it together. Concepts are done. It's all designed, so on and so forth. We're just recording the Aurora Mass Effect. We're just recording the session zeros, kind of moving forward. So we're really excited about the new Aurora Inclame. I'm really excited about where we're going to go with that. How it is we're going to kind of be able to expand on the world and the perspective, so on and so forth. I'd love to finish the story now. However, it's heavy RP. It's more than 20 minutes worth of stuff, and I have to leave in 26 minutes to bring my daughter to school.
You gotta
and I
give the
promised
ending
her
justice.
Yeah, and I promised her I'd go on the swing set with her first. It's literally
You
her
did.
coming saying,
That's
"Daddy, we're
true.
leaving soon. Can you go outside with me because we're leaving soon?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll be done soon." I can't be rude to my kid. I love her too much. So, I am going to be back shortly. Paradel is not your cup of tea. Oh, sure, Joey. We'll see. All right. Bye, everybody. We'll see you next week. For this time, I'll see you Friday night for more Aurorum or tonight at Lost Initiative for the other thing. Bye.
Bye.
Just give me 1 second.
So Christian will be a Paradel half-orc.
There you
Wow.
go.
The
All right,
nation
bye,
seems
everybody.
overrated.
He did.
I know it's funny. It's funny that he made Vigil. He made a perfect clone. By the way, we're unmuted at the moment. He made a perfect clone, and he's like, "Oh, Paradel, I'm not that interested. Oh yeah, I copy and pasted Paradel. I think my modified copy pasted version is so much better than the original. So much better. Mm-hmm. Mama, just monocle here. Mama. All right, bye everybody.
You giving poor Joey so much shit.